Hi, everybody. Welcome to this session promoting Wikiglam projects in Latin America. For those who don't know me, I am Patricia Diaz Rubio, and I am the executive director of Wikimedia Chile. But I am personally very engaged in promoting open culture policies and strategies and projects in Chile, but also very dedicated to discussing these subjects and topics around our region, around Latin America. So there's an Etherpad that it should be linked in the chat where you can put all of your questions, comments, ideas, or anything that you would like to share with me and with the audience. I'll read it very thoughtfully after the session, but I'll also be trying to collect or to answer your questions after the presentation. My presentation is not that long, honestly, to be honest with you. So I'm leaving some space at the end of the session for us to chat and to interact a little bit as the platform allows us, right? So we are going to begin. Let's see if this works. Okay, I'm going to click again. Okay, so before jumping directly to the topics of this session, I want to show you or explain you a little bit how I'm going to present you these topics. Right. First, I'm going to start with a little context and try to explain why this is something that I care about and why this is something that I would like to share with you. Then I'm going to present you a little diagnosis that I have been creating or co-creating with other Wikimedians, regional Wikimedians. And finally, I'm going to share with you some ideas and strategies for Wikiglam projects that I have learned working with my Latin American colleagues. So, the context, right? Why talking about Wikiglam in Latin America? I would like to situate a little bit my own experience as an open glam or Wikiglam advocator in Chile and in Latin America. I am a social communicator and I have a diploma in cultural heritage promotion. And since 2018, I've been leading Wikimedia Chile. And since I arrived to the movement, I realized that Open Glam or Wiki Glam was a very recurrent project or topic within Wikimedia affiliates, right? We have education programs, we have community programs, and we normally have Wiki Glam or Open Glam programs and projects. So for me, it was very, let's say, natural or spontaneous the idea to engage in these projects and to start developing interesting things with GLAMs or cultural institutions, right? Yet, I found very quickly that it was very difficult to develop those projects or even connecting with GLAMs. It was something very hard to do. I discovered that institutions were very reticent to work with us as Wikimedia Chile, and that for them, Wikimedia projects were whether unnecessary or too complicated or unknown. And even for those who knew us, for those institutions who had worked with Wikimedia Chile in the past before I arrived, that they understood Wikimedia initiatives or projects or collaborations like a one-time thing. So they were not very enthusiastic about the idea to re-engage or to give a certain continuity to these projects, which was very frustrating for me. And I also faced the difficulty that I didn't have, or it was hard for me to find concrete examples of regional successful projects to show them and to invite them to join these initiatives. Sorry, my phone just Okay. So I was thinking why it's so hard to find these regional examples of successful Wikiglam projects. So I decided to ask my colleagues why this is so hard. Why it's just me, or maybe there's something else here. So talking to them, I realized that this was not just a Wikimedia Chile thing, right? That executing Wikiglam projects in Latin America was a hard thing to do. Uh, Talking with them, I realized that we all had the same problems, that GLAMs were very reticent to work with us or with other open knowledge organizations or initiatives, and that when these projects existed, when my colleagues arrived to have these projects or to develop these projects, they were not representative of the amount of work and efforts that they used to put on them. So they were normally very small projects and just a few number of content. So it was not very representative of the efforts that they develop. They develop. So the objectives or the things that I wanted to do, knowing this situation, and this is the thing that I want to share with you, is that I wanted to understand which were the experiences that Wikimedia regional affiliates were having around Wikiglam projects, identify the arguments that regional GLAMs used to question or to uh, I don't know, to take some distance from Wikiglam projects. And also, the most important thing, trying to create or propose common strategies to face those limitations or those or the arguments that this institution used to gave us from a regional perspective. So, just like I said in the beginning, I tried to build a sort of like a diagnosis. Um, this is a collective diagnosis. This is not only my work. This is the result of a lot of conversations that I've been having with my colleagues from Argentina, Peru, Bolivia, Colombia, Venezuela, Brazil, and Mexico. So it's just not, and Uruguay as well. It's not only a Chilean thing. Okay. Okay. So, talking with my regional colleagues, just like I said, we identified four main limitations or difficulties for engaged Wikiglam projects in our countries. Limited resources, GLAM institutional structures, misleading conceptions about going open, and finally, a certain prevalence of a global north perspective on how Wikiglam looks like. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about these four reasons that we found. Oh, sorry. Well, first of all, this went crazy. This is going crazy. Okay. Okay, here we are. Well, limited resources, right? As many clams in Latin America are public or depend on public funds, they normally lack of resources to invest in infrastructure, technology, staff training, or even in the maintenance of their buildings. Just like the fire on the museum in Rio de Janeiro or in the Cinematheque in Sao Paulo recently showed us, right? And this is a very regional reality. And this lack of resources also affect GLAM practitioners. Their schedules are normally overloaded, they are frequently underpaid, and they don't have many opportunities, time, or let's be honest, energy to train or learn new things like open strategies or open projects or open policies. As a result, um going digital, right, which is key to create and to engage Wikiglam projects, is still very it's a situation that is still very undeveloped within these institutions. And even though we have some successful experience in Colombia or in Chile, the truth is that many of these institutions need a lot of support, still need a lot of support on preserving digital copies of their assets and collections. The second reason that we identified is GLAM's institutional structures. Because regional GLAM practitioners are rarely involved in copyright or legislation discussions, even though these discussions or these policies really affect the way in which they work, and of course the administration or impact that their collections have. In Latin America, normally these decisions pass directly through legal departments or high-run executives, and they are not consulted with technical or specialized professionals who are the ones that we normally contact or connect with when developing these structures. And this structure, this institutional structure, which is very vertical, and this is quite common within GLAMs, especially those who belong to the public sector, make harder for us as Wikimedians to reach those decision makers and engage them in the wiki ethos. And as many of you know, if decision makers are not engaged in WikiGlam or Open Glam projects, projects won't succeed, unfortunately. I'm going to pass to the next topic. A third difficulty that we have found, is that it seems that some GLAM practitioners have some misleading conceptions about what going open could mean for them. They normally fear that going open or even going online it will translate into the situation that they might lose control over their collections. We have heard that they fear that their collections will be used wrongly or uncontextualized or without their permissions, or even commercially, which is a highly no-no with some GLAM practitioners, especially, or at least in the Chilean case, where GLAM practitioners tend to be very conservative about their role. But talking to them, we have also identified that they fear losing their leading role or their particular role in the Wikiverse, for example, where everybody can participate and where there's no mediation. And I say it like this because we know that that's not true, right? That going digital, online, or open does not mean that mediation is not going to be necessary anymore. GLAM practitioners that we have met fear that they won't be needed any longer. And sadly, that fear is expressed in a lot of negativity or even contempt towards Wikimedia initiatives, or at least that has been our experience. I've been called a little bit of everything. Cultural extractivist, that I want to take advantage of institutions, and some other things that many of you already have heard from me. I'm going to pass to the next. Okay. And finally, a fourth limitation, it's the prevalence of a certain global north perspective on how Wikiglam looks like, or how it should look like. And in the region, in Latin America, talking with my colleagues, I realized that we have taken awareness that this concept does not make too much sense for us, the GLAM acronym. But first of all, because it is in English, right? So naturally, it doesn't make too much sense for us. but also because it tends to be too narrow and do not represent the diversity of things that we do when we do wiki glam projects. And I think that we are very clear about the necessity to create a new concept or an alternative concept that could really reflect the work that we do with cultural and artistic assets, and traditional collections, but also with other types of cultural document or pieces like media or newspapers or photographs, but also the work that we do with communities, stories, with ancestral and artistic knowledge, with places and memory sites, which, are a huge vector in Latin America. So, well, this is the diagnosis. Now, I would like to share a few ideas and strategies to promote this, let's say, open culture, wiki glam projects, or whatever the name that we want to choose for call it. And these are all ideas and strategies that I have learned working with my regional colleagues. Oh, it's not okay. Okay. So the first idea or the strategy to create those projects, even though we have already identified all these difficulties, we want to keep promoting these projects anyway, right? So the first strategy or idea is trying to identify what GLAMs need in general, and how we can eventually help them in those needs with the resources that we have as Wikimedia affiliates, structures, chapters, initiatives, whatever. Because understanding that they are lacking a lot of resources, right? Now, like that resources are very limited within GLAMs. They have a lot of needs, and we have some resources that can help them to overcome those limitations, right? So in Wikimedia Chile and in Wikimedia Argentina, for example, we have been focusing a lot on training sessions on open culture, on what open culture means, for example, to try to help practitioners to understand what going open really means, so they can eventually be motivated or even engage in particular projects with us. We also invite you, if you are also thinking about developing these projects, in trying to identify and develop concrete tools and learning experience to share with GLAMs, right? Because it's really important to create learning experiences that they could translate into concrete and bounded projects, because that's going to be easier for them to translate those ideas to their superiors, right? Uh, the objective of, for example, this activity that Wikimedia Argentina developed was to present them very concrete projects that they could apply into their institutions, because that's more easy to present to others, to their bosses, for example, than just ideas or notions about what going open means. Focus on smaller scale projects or institutions. This is a very personal reflection, but even though we all want to engage national museums or big collections in our projects, the regional experience show it's better to start with local institutions in a smaller scale. If they are successful, these projects can be later presented or escalated to broader territories or bigger institutions. So even though maybe it's not the ideal thing to start by engaging the national gallery of your country or your territory. um, you are going to have maybe more impact in a smaller community, and you can have better collaborations in the future if you start with the smaller institutions. Um, a fourth strategy or suggestion is to centralize some efforts through relevant collaborators. So if we have the chance to work with a big institution or a institution size medium, we can collaborate. They could play a hub role by centralizing resources or capacity building experiences and then passing them on to smaller institutions or territories. So, for example, we have some experiences in the region where Wikimedia chapters had identified not national but regional institutions like regional museums, for example, and they have training them, and then these institutions have done the same, training smaller or more community institutions, so like that we can like pass the message to a broader territory. Also, it's very important to work with local cultural practitioners. That's fundamental to develop successful and long-standing wiki-glam or open glam projects. Engaged practitioners are one of the best type of ambassadors that the Wikimedia movement can have in this quest, and and having them in our site represent an enormous collaboration possibility. Reach out to them and make them feel part of a community. Invite them to your activities. Prepare training sessions especially for them. Try to engage them and in your chapter, in your group, in your initiative, and somehow they could really feel that they can be sort of like a bridge between Wikimedia and their institutions. And finally, and this is sort of like a challenge for us as Wikimedians, is try to redefine what Wikiglam means for Latin American Wikimedians and our communities. This is an image of a workshop that Wikimedia Colombia launched in 2020 or 2021, I am not sure, but it was a workshop around images of the protests that they had around those years, political and social protest. Um, and we consider that as a glam type of project, right? Because for us in Latin America, culture means way more than just the things that happens within libraries or museums. Like institutions or places or practitioners. It's culture. We try to understand culture broader in a broader way. It involves the different ways in which our societies express and represent themselves and their history and the diversity and things that are happening right now today in our streets, in our public places. So we know that this is a huge challenge, but oh, sorry, but okay, but understanding that as Wikimedians, we want to collect, um, register, and preserve all type of content. So we have to start seeing culture as something bigger, brighter, and way more complex and diverse that the way that in which we traditional understand glam projects. And this is the invitation that I wanted to do to you as well today. Thank you. Thank you so much for this time. I don't know. I'm going to extend the chat because it's so small that unfortunately, I don't see very well. So I don't know if you have any questions that you have put on the chat before. Unfortunately, I cannot go back to the chat. So if you have any questions or comments, please copy them again so I can see that, because when I was presenting, I wasn't able to see the chat. But I do agree with what Anna is saying, that we really need to follow this discussion, right? To keep continue with this discussion in Latin America and hopefully in other regions of the world. And well, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. If you have any other comments, or it's okay if you don't have questions, but if you have other comments, or I don't know, reflections or anything else that you would like to share with me or with my regional colleagues, please put it in the Etherpad so I can collect them and then share them with them. And please, if you can write your name and maybe the city or the country in which you are, that would be really cool for me, and it would allow me to understand, like this map of people interested in this perspective. So thank you. And yes, good idea, Scan. We should have a Telegram group, or I know I know that there's a Wikiglam, like global Telegram group, but maybe we should have something more regional, or I don't know, different thing. Oh, there's a lot of comments. Thank you, Anna. It's that let's see. Sorry, this is very uncomfortable for you, I imagine. Yeah, I'm going to read it. These are all great points. Even for us in the global north, we are struggling many times to display the impact of our Wikiglam. Okay. Very true. A lot of those in glams are very touchy about being open. I saw it firsthand organizing Wiki Loves Africa in Nigeria. Well, we shared the struggle. Agree that the GLAM acronym is too narrow, and even though in practice we embrace it much. Okay, so some possible terms we could try beyond GLAM: cultural and heritage partnerships, or more generally, memory institutions. Sometimes I use the phrase knowledge in the public interest. Oh, I love that, to describe entities that have a common cause. But few of these are easy to say, like GLAM. Yeah, it works. It sounds good, but maybe not that good for people who does not speak English. Let's say the smaller institutions can then advocate for you to larger institutions once they see the success. Yeah, that's the idea. Okay. Is it hard to explain when institutions are about to open movement? Yes, very hard. Okay, so we have to go. We only have like 10 seconds left. Thank you so much for coming. I'm looking forward reading your messages and ideas in the Etherpad. And thank you. Thank you so much for being here. We'll be in contact. Bye. Gracias. Chao. Muchas gracias.
Hola, bueno, espero que me escuchen bien. Yo soy Rocío Aravena, soy la encargada de educación y alfabetización digital de Wikimedia Chile y hoy día les traigo una presentación para contarles acerca de el cuadernillo digital que desarrollamos desde mi programa, desde Wikimedia Chile. Así es que voy a compartir mi pantalla ahora, estoy muy contenta de estar acá y muchas gracias a quienes se han podido sumar. Perfecto. Em, no sé si ya están viendo mi presentación. Espero que sea así. Bueno, la presentación que traigo el día de hoy lleva por nombre Herramientas Wiki para la Educación Patrimonial. Herramientas Wiki para la Educación Patrimonial es un recurso educativo abierto, nuestro primer recurso educativo abierto creado desde nosotras. Acá están viendo la portada del cuadernillo y este es un recurso educativo digital que fue pensado para que lo utilicen docentes, profesores, profesoras, pero también cualquier persona que trabaje en alguna organización o institución que desarrolle iniciativas de educación patrimonial. ¿Ya? El cuadernillo lleva por nombre Herramientas Wiki para la Educación Patrimonial. Y un poco, como el título lo indica, el objetivo que este cuadernillo tiene es poder aportar a la formación de las personas, de las comunidades educativas, escolares, universitarias y también no formales, en el uso de Wikipedia y Wikimedia Commons para poder promover el acceso, la investigación, también la sensibilización y la divulgación de los patrimonios locales. En ese sentido, quería compartir con ustedes las etapas de este proyecto. ¿Ya? Nosotras iniciamos esta iniciativa el año pasado, el 2021, proponiendo al Instituto de Historia de la Universidad Católica de Chile una pasantía. Teníamos la intención hace harto tiempo de poder contribuir a través de un recurso educativo eh, a la formación y la utilización de Wikipedia, de Wikimedia Commons en el aula, pero no sabíamos muy bien cómo hacerlo. Y ahí fue que decidimos, digamos, enmarcar la formación en Wikimedia dentro de lo que es la educación patrimonial, puesto que notamos que es una cuestión que preocupa muchísimo a las comunidades educativas en nuestro país y también en la región. Así es que este proyecto se inició el año pasado, durante el 2021, recibimos a un estudiante de historia como pasante y ese estudiante tenía, digamos, la misión, el objetivo de conocer, de formarse en Wikimedia Commons y Wikipedia y desarrollar una propuesta de 11 actividades para ser realizadas en contextos educativos. La segunda etapa del proyecto fue en enero de este año, ya de 2022, cuando revisamos el trabajo que realizó este estudiante, obviamente con nuestra supervisión y apoyo, y comenzamos, ¿cierto?, a generar las adecuaciones, los cambios, para luego pasar a esta tercera etapa, que fue el desarrollo del contenido y el diseño del cuadernillo. Es decir, no queríamos que el recurso fuesen solo 11 actividades, sino que quisimos realizar una primera sección de este libro digital donde pudiésemos abordar los contenidos de educación patrimonial y de proyectos Wikimedia. Y luego en la segunda sección tener las actividades. Así es que durante el primer semestre de este año estuvimos trabajando codo a codo con nuestro diseñador para que el diseño y el contenido del cuadernillo estuviesen en sintonía. Y la última etapa fue el lanzamiento, o sea, la difusión de este proyecto. Organizamos un panel junto al Instituto de Historia, al Centro del Patrimonio de la Universidad Católica y por supuesto a Wikimedia Chile. Y actualmente estamos trabajando en promover la utilización de este recurso por parte de las comunidades educativas, no solo de Chile, sino también de América Latina, a través de un curso de formación docente. Así es que les quería mostrar brevemente el cuadernillo. Pueden descargarlo en Wikimedia Commons. El cuadernillo tiene una licencia que permite ¿cierto? Su utilización, su descarga, su divulgación. Así es que este es el cuadernillo, esta es la portada. Algunas cuestiones interesantes. Para promover que el cuadernillo efectivamente fuese utilizado por las comunidades educativas, nosotras trabajamos en la alineación curricular. Por lo tanto, todos los contenidos que están presentes en este cuadernillo forman parte de alguna de las habilidades que están dispuestas en el currículum escolar chileno y también que forman parte de alguna de las habilidades que estipula UNESCO. ¿Ya? Así es que eso es lo primero. Lo segundo es que todas las imágenes y las adaptaciones, digamos, más artísticas que tiene el cuadernillo forman parte del repositorio Wikimedia Commons. ¿Ya? Y todas esas imágenes, a su vez, han sido el producto de diversas iniciativas como campañas, concursos fotográficos, donaciones de museos que hemos impulsado desde Wikimedia Chile. Así es que lo que están viendo ahora es la sección de contenidos. El cuadernillo comienza, ¿cierto?, con el contenido de patrimonio y patrimonios del siglo XXI. Si es que se fijan, intentamos promover a través del diseño del cuadernillo una lectura que no fuese lineal, o sea, las personas que lo utilicen van a poder acceder a links internos y externos, ¿ya? Van a poder, digamos, al cliquear, llegar a la imagen original, por ejemplo. Intentamos también que todas las imágenes patrimoniales representaran la diversidad territorial de nuestro país, no solamente imágenes de Santiago, de la capital. Y en la parte de los proyectos Wikimedia, centramos el contenido de Wikipedia y Wikimedia Commons en los objetivos de educación patrimonial. Por lo tanto, presentamos Wikipedia como una herramienta para construir narrativas locales y presentamos también Wikimedia Commons como una herramienta para representar a través de imágenes los patrimonios locales. ¿Ya? Intentamos utilizar imágenes llamativas que representaran patrimonios locales subrepresentados en Internet. Tenemos toda una parte donde educamos acerca de las licencias libres, por ejemplo, para luego llegar a la sección de actividades. ¿Ya? En esta sección hay 11 actividades que se encuentran, digamos, ordenadas de manera ascendente, van desde las habilidades más básicas hacia las habilidades más complejas, el trabajo en equipo, la colaboración, la creatividad. ¿Ya? Convocamos, por ejemplo, acá a los estudiantes no solo a que exploren Wikimedia Commons como un archivo, no solo a que exploren Wikipedia, sino que también utilicen herramientas como Wikiatlas y sobre todo que puedan impulsar y aprender a impulsar iniciativas de educación patrimonial como pueden ser concursos fotográficos, campañas, diseño de archivos locales y colaborativos. Así es que bueno, ese es el cuadernillo, lo pueden descargar. Por supuesto, nos pueden contactar en caso de que necesiten ayuda o quieran algunas orientaciones para implementar, por ejemplo, alguna de las iniciativas. Y quería terminar mi presentación, entonces, compartiendo algunas recomendaciones o algunos tips pensando en aquellas personas o capítulos que quieran implementar iniciativas similares. La primera recomendación sería tener un objetivo claro, es decir, ¿para qué queremos hacer este material? En nuestro caso, el objetivo, como yo les comentaba, era contribuir a la formación y la educación patrimonial, poniendo a disposición de las comunidades educativas recursos abiertos, plataformas como Wikimedia, donde pueden acceder a imágenes, a obras patrimoniales, pero cierto que también estimulara a que fuesen las propias comunidades las que pudiesen aprender cómo usar Wikipedia y Wikimedia Commons para divulgar su patrimonio. La segunda recomendación es definir la audiencia. ¿A quiénes está dirigido el recurso? Es distinto crear un cuadernillo para estudiantes de primaria de enseñanza básica que crear un cuadernillo para profesores y profesoras. La tercera recomendación es trabajar en la alineación curricular. Intentar que el cuadernillo o que el documento, que el recurso, perdón, esté relacionado a ciertos objetivos de aprendizaje o habilidades que disponga el currículum de los países a los cuales de los cuales forman parte. Y finalmente, el diseño con sentido, o sea, que el diseño del cuadernillo esté en sintonía con los propósitos que ustedes tengan. En este caso, nosotras queríamos un diseño que apelara a la participación, que mostrara links que fuesen de interés para los estudiantes, para los docentes que utilicen este material. A través del diseño quisimos estructurar en una sección de contenido y una sección donde pudieran ponerse a explorar los aprendizajes que habían obtenido. En el mismo diseño también quisimos mostrar fotografías que representaran la diversidad geográfica de nuestro país, por ejemplo. Y también que el diseño, en este caso, que tenía, bueno, diversos collages que hizo nuestro diseñador, mostrar a partir de eso cómo las licencias abiertas pueden permitir que imágenes, fotografías, sean reutilizadas en el diseño, por ejemplo, de collages, de afiches, de un cuadernillo educativo. Y finalmente, la última recomendación es que intenten divulgar el material, que el material no se pierda dentro de los millones de archivos que tiene Wikimedia Commons. Entonces, promuevan su uso, preséntenlo a la comunidad, intenten definir la audiencia e invítenla, por ejemplo, a un panel, a un conversatorio, y luego intentar utilizar el cuadernillo en actividades de difusión, por supuesto, pero también de formación. En ese sentido, nosotras ahora nos encontramos desarrollando un curso para profesionales de la educación y también para gestores de patrimonio, y en ese curso el cuadernillo es una herramienta fundamental. Así es que eso, espero que la presentación haya sido de interés y por supuesto nos pueden contactar al correo que aparece acá, educación@wikimediachile.cl, en caso de que quieran conocer más acerca de este material o saber cómo implementar iniciativas similares, utilizarlo en sus comunidades o lo que sea. Así es que muchas gracias.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Don't Cite It, Write It, What Professors Think About Wikipedia. I am Leanna Davis. Some of you may know me from my work on the Wikipedia and Education user group globally, but I'm here today representing the Wiki Education Foundation, which is the organization that runs the education program in the United States and Canada. And I am joined here today with 4 of our wonderful professors and one of my colleagues who will be on this panel discussion. A couple of quick housekeeping tips before we get started. The first one is I just want to extend a huge thank you to all of the Wikimania organizers for their excellent work putting this conference together. And a special thank you to the translators who are making this possible to happen in so many languages. It's great to see that inclusiveness, and I really appreciate all of your hard work. I will try to speak slowly to make translation easier, and hopefully my fellow panelists will as well. But we all get excited about Wikipedia and education and may speak a little fast. So hopefully that'll go well. A second note is to please go ahead and put questions in the chat. I have some questions I'm going to kick us off with, but we wanted this session to be interactive. And so if there's questions you have for professors who teach with Wikipedia, this is a great opportunity for you to ask them. Just stick them in the chat, and I'll kick us off with some initial questions, and then we'll have some time for questions from all of you who are watching too. So I will get started with introductions, and Nanette, you are next to me on my view. So I will go ahead and start with you. If you can introduce yourself and share how long you've been teaching with Wikipedia and where you teach.
Hello, everyone. I am going to try my best as a person from New York to speak slowly. I am deeply appreciative of the opportunity to be a part of this esteemed panel. I appreciate being called the professor. I am still a PhD student, PhD candidate at the University of California, Berkeley in the sociology department, where I have been teaching with Wikipedia. Oh, goodness, it's either been 6 or 7 years consistently now, including semesters and summers, where students receiving independent study credits have been working to tackle the lack of information, publicly available information that's out there on privacy, cybersecurity, and surveillance. We've been at this for quite some time, and I'm very proud of the mostly women of color, mostly undergrads, that have been doing this work with me for the last 6-7 years.
Great, thanks. Shira.
Hi, I'm Shira Klein, speaking to you from Orange County, California. And I have been using Wikipedia with my students for 10 years. I think I was one of the first people to join the program before Wiki Education even existed. So that's kind of the long and the short of it. I have been starting to get interested in disinformation on Wikipedia, and I've sort of started to research that. Actually, it turned from a teaching project to a research project, but I still have my students edit on Wikipedia, and the courses I teach where they edit are history courses: Jewish history, migration history, and European history.
Okay, thanks. Heather.
Hi, everybody. I'm really excited to be here. I'm passionate about Wikipedia and believe in the idea of universal free knowledge that it embodies. I'm a professor in the Department of Near Eastern Languages and Civilizations at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. I'm also chair of my department. I've been teaching with Wikipedia since spring 2019. I have used it in classes with everybody from first year undergraduates through PhD candidates. And my goal has been to engage the students in writing original articles for the forum on topics relating to Middle Eastern and North African history and to the history of the University of Pennsylvania and its scholars.
Okay, thank you. And Delia.
Hi, everyone. I want to echo Heather and say thank you all for being here, and it's just lovely to be a part of this conversation. My name is Delia Steverson. I am an assistant professor of African American literature at the University of Florida. And I teach, this fall will be my third time teaching the Wikipedia assignment. I believe my first year was right before the pandemic. And I generally work with the Wiki African diaspora. So we generally work on African American literature of the 19th century. So thank you all.
Thank you. And Ian.
Hi, I'm Ian Ramjohn. I am the Wikipedia expert with Wiki Education. I'm based in Michigan. I'm originally from Trinidad and Tobago, and I am a plant ecologist by training. I've been with Wiki Education since 2014, supporting, hundreds, thousands of classes and students and instructors. And I've been a Wikipedian since 2004. And again, thanks to everybody for being here, especially the panel.
Yes, thank you all. So I want to jump right in with my first question, which I'm going to send to Shira, which is, why do you teach with Wikipedia?
Yeah, I'm just going to time myself just 1 second. The reason I teach with Wikipedia, I mean, there are a whole bunch of them, but my biggest reason, I think, is because I see it as a type of service learning. I see it as a way in which students can help the world, at the risk of sounding sort of idealistic or naive, and to sort of explain that, the students in the college where I teach are so privileged, and we have access to all this information that is behind paywalls for most people, and they have the privilege of taking classes with great professors, and so they have so much to give the world, and by having them edit Wikipedia and incorporate scholarship into Wikipedia and improve information that the world can read, I see it as sort of their chance to do good, or my chance to do good, or my chance to force them to do good, and through them do good. And I especially felt this in the pandemic when I really wanted to contribute, but I couldn't because of my family situation and because of everything that was happening during the pandemic. And so Wikipedia was my one little chance to do something for the community. And even now, when things are sort of a little more normal, that's the way I see it.
Great, thanks. Delia, did you have any follow-up stuff you wanted to add to this question?
Oh no, I was just I literally was just amening in the amen corner over here.
Excellent. Okay, the next question is for Heather. What are your students' perspectives on Wikipedia before they take your class, and how does that shift throughout the term?
So a couple of things. On the one hand, there's a kind of an extreme. Some students think Wikipedia is a go-to source for everything and they can trust it because it's out there. And then there are others who think it's a really dodgy source and they shouldn't trust it at all. And so I try to make them all skeptical and supportive of Wikipedia at the same time. And by the end of the class, they realize that through editing, they become more aware of the meticulous sourcing that is required. And they become more aware of the potential for revising and improving text in a way that can translate into their own skills as prose writers. So that's sort of a before and after. But one of the really striking things also is a lot of my students seem to think that when they start, that everything that's important is up there on Wikipedia. And by the end of this semester, after we write articles, and we do that through teamwork together, many of them say by the end, wow, I thought everything was up there, and now that we've just written and done this article together, I can't imagine that it wasn't up there before. And I think it makes them more keenly aware of the gaps in Wikipedia, the potential for improvement, and how it can be a forum that requires and benefits from constant addition and revision, and that it's a process. So it really benefits their own research. They gain a lot of respect for it. And they say especially they gain respect with regard to the rigorous sourcing requirements and also copyright requirements for images, which is something that we also end up discussing a lot during the semester. That, and finally, the gaps in Wikipedia, it's a big thing that they become more aware of as we go on.
Any other panelists want to chime in on that?
Yes, I wanted to actually chime in on this one because I think for the Wikipedia projects that I have taught, this has been at the, let me slow down. This has been at the upper division undergraduate level. So these are juniors and seniors. I have not done this with any other groups or graduate students or first years or second years. But what has been the overall or the majority of people's opinion about Wikipedia in my classes have been like, why is we're in this English literature course, why are we doing something on Wikipedia? It's anyone can edit it, and so it's not a legitimate source, and they have this type of, they've been trained from high school, like don't use Wikipedia, which I think is nuanced, like people don't cite Wikipedia per se, but then by the end of the Wikipedia project, after we spend 8 or 9 weeks doing this project, they literally are like, Wikipedia should always be the first place you go to find information. And as Heather was saying, the sources are just fact checked, and they are they have to come from these types of sources that that helps them to be able to use those sources to go to the original source themselves. So I think in terms of sources, my students really found that useful, and also doing the Wikipedia project really allows them to think outside of what African American literature is. And then thinking about issues of access. I know we're going to talk about this a little bit later and things like that. So I think that I can see a major shift in the ways in which people approach Wikipedia, especially because they think about the community. Like, someone is out there, they're watching my page, and they notice when I put another sentence in this page on this certain journal. And so they really think like, wow, I am a part of this knowledge. I am putting knowledge out there that is oftentimes behind this paywall that people will be allowed to have for free and open access. So I think that students, even though sometimes they don't really care a lot for the coding, but others do, but they really see the overall impact that Wikipedia has on knowledge producing.
Absolutely. So the next question is also for you here, Delia. So I'm gonna keep it on you. We know Wikipedia content gets better from students' contributions, but what do your students get out of a Wikipedia assignment? I think this is kind of what we're just touching on, but maybe you want to expand on that a little.
Yes. So a lot of times my students we talk a lot about the privilege that comes with being in this university and having access to databases that one would have to pay for outside of having this access. So many of my students have found it of the utmost importance to get this information. They feel like, wow, somehow I'm seen as a gatekeeper to this knowledge, and I want anyone to be able to have access to this knowledge. It shouldn't be behind a paywall. So I think that having that mindset really motivates my students to fish for more information and to actually put more effort into improving and creating Wikipedia pages. And so I think that many of the students understand a different type of writing as well. Generally in my classes, there are a lot of analysis or different types of writing that allows them to expound upon things and take things from the text. But Wikipedia is a different type of writing, and they always think it's going to be easier. But a lot of times it becomes a little bit more challenging to them, but it allows them to use their mind in a different way than they would ordinarily in other literature courses or other humanities courses that they might be taking that has a writing component. So the students are getting a lot in terms of writing, in terms of thinking about sources, in terms of collaborating as well.
Great. Is there anyone else who wants to share other things beyond, I think Delia did a great job of summarizing what a lot of students get out of it. Is there any other sort of learning objectives you want to share as well?
I would just add some terms that haven't come up yet. One that I emphasize in my classes is the role of students in producing public-facing scholarship. Instead of having them write papers that they'll hand in a class and never look at again, by writing for Wikipedia, they put something that can benefit the public for years to come. And another phrase that hasn't come up yet would be digital citizenship, participating in, communities of knowledge within the world. And then it also, I think we see an echo of that in the title of this panel, Don't Cite It, Write It. The idea that students can be original producers of knowledge and scholarship and not only consumers.
Absolutely. Thank you. It looks like we lost Nanette here, who was my next question. She was in a dodgy internet situation, so hopefully she will rejoin shortly. But I'm going to jump to some of the questions that are coming in on the chat. So we've already got a handful of questions, so thank you. The first one of these I'm actually going to send over to Ian. Oh, Nanette is back, so I will ask the original question then after all. Nanette, so my next question is for you, which is knowledge equity is one of the pillars of our Wikimedia movement strategy. How do you see your students' contributions as advancing knowledge equity?
Thanks so much for the question and for your patience in my returning to the session. So my gaggle of students, sometimes as few as 3, often as many as 50, represent, I'd say, the diversity, exceptional diversity that is the United States. Large amounts of women, almost all exclusively people of color. We set to work on eking away at, I think the magic percentage was something like 10% of Wikipedia editors are people of color and women. So just in our presence in the space, in our eking away at any type of work in the space, we're helping to guide Wikipedia to a better place of equity with regards to the voices that are contributing. My students, I'd say, are often very excited about learning digital literacy skills and finding a way to live up to their expectation when they arrive at college of doing something to change the world. And so I think in our gathering of women and people of color who are focused on a topic that can be very difficult for most people to wrap their mind around on a good day, privacy, cybersecurity, and surveillance. I think that also our topic area also goes a long way with equity, is we're translating, as many others have mentioned, paywalled, highly complex articles for a lay audience. So, the parents who are trying to decide if they should buy a connected toy, a toy that interacts with the internet, can look at the page that we created and learn about that. They won't have to find that information in a highly complex computer science journal, or dig into Wired magazine, which I love, to find that information. It's at their fingertips. I'm deeply proud of them for the work that they do towards that, and their bravery. You know, some of my students come from countries where Wikipedia no longer exists, and so you know there's a beautiful thing about the work that they're doing to make sure that voices, whether Wikipedia exists in their country or not, are heard.
Thanks, Nina. That was a great answer. Is there anyone else who wants to talk about the sort of context of knowledge equity as a cornerstone of your assignments?
Well, I would just add that in writing biographical articles, which is most of what I do with my students, we try to enhance equity by featuring many women, and in my case, many people of Middle Eastern and North African origin in the Middle East and North Africa, and among people who have settled in the United States or in the English-speaking world. So I try to make them aware of knowledge equity that way. But then also to emphasize this idea of having accessible articles. That's a form of equity too, as you were noting. It's to write in clear prose that non-experts can understand. That's a very important aspect of promoting equity through Wikipedia.
I'd love to jump in and share one other thing that I forgot until you mentioned the Middle East. So one of the projects our lab works on is translating articles across Wikipedia. So we'll find a great piece written on privacy, cybersecurity, and surveillance, and bring that into English at Wikipedia, not just the opposite. So I think the opposite, going from English to others, happens quite a bit. So that's something we're quite proud of as well. We have an initiative that seeks to translate articles on privacy, cybersecurity, and surveillance across languages as well.
Absolutely. Shira.
I was just gonna chime in, not with a way to, I guess, improve equity, but a challenge that I've been having in that regard. So I teach Jewish history, and something I sort of had a vision of having my students edit articles relating to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. I don't know if this would come under equity so much, but sort of social justice and making sure that the historical narratives that scholars come up with are represented on Wikipedia rather than, I guess, national ethos narratives. And that's actually impossible because that area is one of the few areas on Wikipedia where the topics are you cannot edit them unless you're very experienced. So I just thought I would chime in because just to say that there are also some hindrances to the sort of wonderful free editing.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting a bunch of questions coming in on the chat here, so thank you to those of you who have put questions in. I think I will move over to the questions from the audience at this point, and I'm going to send the first one here to Ian, which the question is, the panelists that we have here today seem to be from human sciences. What about natural science and engineering, and any thoughts or experiences? And Ian, do you want to share about some of the other courses we support?
So we support an awful lot of courses in the natural sciences, and probably one of the easier areas to write about is species articles. We always get a lot of people, a lot of students creating articles about species. There are a huge amount of gaps in that area. It's, you know, with millions of species to write about, there's almost an unending collection of things, and also higher taxa. Apart from that, we work with with quite a few medical schools, working with medical students who improve Wikipedia articles. Wikipedia articles on medical topics are some of the harder topics to work around because of the sourcing guidelines and the real world implications of medical content on Wikipedia. So, you know, those are great people to work with. We also have classes in places like immunology and so on. Beyond that, there is a range of engineering and robotics and bioengineering and classes like that that do contribute. Sometimes it's easier to contribute in the sciences because the information is a lot more sort of fact-based, and there's less need to account for different perspectives of scholars because there's sort of one broadly accepted uh, uh, way of working on things. Sometimes it's more difficult because, well, climate change. So, but I think we probably support about half of what we support is probably in the sciences, in the natural sciences, education, engineering, and very occasionally math class. Though those are always a challenge.
Can I jump in on this one as well?
Absolutely.
So I appreciate the way Ian expressed that. It reminds me of Neil deGrasse Tyson's quote about physics is easy compared to sociology. So I'm sure a lot of us, especially if you're teaching across the academic spectrum, will have students in the natural sciences. So one of my favorite privacy articles that came out of our lab is on DNA encryption. It was written by one of our students that studied biology. So I love that question, and I would say to the person that asked it, I suspect almost everyone here has probably coached somebody or worked with someone on an article that isn't quite in their area of expertise but overlaps with their course. It's one of the things I love about my lab is every major French, Spanish, biology, computer science has worked with this on this. I think it really speaks to the interdisciplinary possibilities that I think higher education really stands for. So I love that question.
Great. We have another question from the audience here. Are you concerned about the differences in the form of writing between Wikipedia and other academic writers? Editing Wikipedia certainly has elements of creativity, but it also has no original research, while essay writing is often mostly about creative synthesis or having an angle, and referencing, in this case, the WP essay short link.
Well, I would just add that I use Wikipedia as one component in a class. And then I always have students do an original research paper as well, at least one, and have them do other kinds of creative assignments as well. So I see it as part of a class and not as the sole focus of a class.
Oh, I think that's a great question, and I find difficulty with it. My students always want to make an argument because that's what I teach them to do in the rest of the class, and they're always perplexed at why it has to be descriptive, or why they can't bring in primary sources and do original research. So yeah, that is definitely something. It's and then the other thing that I think Heather was getting at before about how you write equitably, because so often scholars don't write that way. They write for an expert audience and they use jargon. And so my students also want to do that because, of course, whatever scholars do, that's the best thing, right? And so that's also something that we have to sort of work on or work against. Yeah, so I think that's a great question.
I love that question as well because it touches on the importance of teaching students the wide array of ways that they might write. And I would also add to that never, if the person who asked is an early in their career Wikipedian, never underestimate the ability of the community to police something that is not written the way it's supposed to. I've gotten those emails, and my students definitely have as well, that the community does a beautiful job of guiding folks, when something is not as it should be. And I think that's a great lesson for our students as well. As we teach them and as we all struggle with our own perfectionism, that sometimes you don't get it right the first time, and that's okay.
Yeah, this is. Oh, Ian, sorry, go ahead.
I just like to mention some feedback that Glenn got recently from an instructor talking about their students, saying that the difficulty in writing for Wikipedia includes the fact that they can't use lengthy quotes, and that they've always done this, and this forced them um, to treat sources differently, because if you have to put things in your own words, you have to understand what you're saying. While if you can what they're saying, while if you can just quote, um, it's easier to sort of assume that it's in there, and that it really improved their writing across disciplines. So I thought that was a really nice sort of other side of this.
I mean, building upon that point, I think writing for Wikipedia has noticeably improved my students' writing skills as a whole. It's partially because they then look at articles critically and realize what sounds confusing, or they realize what it means when something is sort of oblique or sounds like jargon. And then the other nice thing about Wikipedia is I get them working as teams, and which is fun for them in the classroom, but then they can also edit each other's writing. And the result is that the prose improves, and I think they bring some of those skills, again, back to other forms of writing that they end up doing in the class, but also in their careers as they go forward.
Absolutely. These are great questions from the audience, so definitely keep them coming. We are a couple minutes ahead of you, so put your questions in the chat now so that we will have time to answer them before we wrap up the session. Another question that we had, are there particular Wikipedia policies that the students you've worked with have found to be unintuitive?
Well, I mean, I think we've alluded to it before, but the fact that students cannot use oral sources or archival sources, which for historian, those are gold. If you do an advanced degree in a bachelor's degree, or you do a PhD in history, you have to cite, or you ideally would cite, primary sources. So I think one thing that surprises them too is that it then becomes easier to use more internet sources, which are not necessarily of the highest quality relative to oral sources. So that is one tricky thing that they struggle to understand and to deal with.
Yeah, I'll add to that. I think this is such a great question, and also the one after it is such a great question. I think one thing that my students don't find intuitive is WP undo and WPOR, so original sources, original research, and then like that something has to be, that something
Undo wait, yeah.
Right, is just not important enough to be in Wikipedia, because they sort of ask themselves, well, why is it important enough for scholarship and not for Wikipedia? And that's very difficult for me to tackle, often because I think that term undo is so subjective, right? Undo is what the other person thinks, sort of. You know how they say like politics is what the other guy thinks. Well, so is undo, and so very often I struggle with that. Like they'll find an essay about, I don't know, a certain topic, historical topic, and I'll say, no, that's too esoteric. And I'll say, well, why? Like, why can something else go in? And I struggle with that.
Absolutely. We'll move on to the next question here. What, if any, assurances do you find your students needing to feel safe or welcomed or empowered to edit? And do the assurances students need vary based on qualities like race and gender?
I have strong feelings on this one. I don't know if anybody else has come across this, but I find that editing Wikipedia induces unbelievable anxiety for some of my students. I don't know if any of you have come across that, but to the point that sometimes I need to modify the assignment and to allow them to submit just an assignment just to me, saying what they would have done on Wikipedia. But I mean, I'm talking panic attacks and like severe anxiety. I think it's partly just the idea that thousands of people are going to read what they write. or hundreds of thousands, depending on the visibility of the article, and partly just the idea that it's going to be up there forever. And those are also good things for some students. It makes them more attuned to the quality of their writing, and if they'll write a sloppy paper just for me, they'll be sure to write using clean language for Wikipedia. But yeah, that's something that pains me, because I think my students are stressed enough without having this extra anxiety, and I sometimes think of how I can work on it with them, but not being a therapist or anything, I don't have very many ideas. But yeah, and I don't know if it varies by gender or ethnic group or race or disability. I haven't really tracked who among my students gets anxious. I just see that it happens every single semester.
I see that some of my, well, to be honest, I was very anxious about Wikipedia. I did it because the first time I did it, I did because my university is, what are you doing in digital humanities? So I said, okay, I need to do something in digital humanities. What are my other colleagues doing? They said, oh, you can do Wikipedia. What is that? Okay, I will do Wikipedia. And there I go off to do Wikipedia. And I applied, and I was so, you see the Wikipedia dashboard, and it is laid out. But I know nothing about code. I knew nothing about what went into Wikipedia, and I did not do enough research beforehand to understand. I did some of the modules. So the first time I was doing it, I was so overwhelmed. I did it in an honors African American literature course, so I only had about 8 students, so we were kind of working on it together. But oftentimes I'd tell my students, oh, I don't know the answer to the question. Just go ask the Wikipedia person that can help you do those things. So I experienced that myself, because I said, I can't do this. I don't know how to read this code. This is embarrassing. But my students, somehow, without my help, I have to be honest, really made some amazing articles. And so then I said, wait a minute. Or edited some amazing articles. So then I said, okay, Delia, you really need to work this out. And what I did was I took one of the what is it? Informing Citizens course, actually with Ian, who just it's just like a Wikipedia God there. Okay? Like, he just has so much information and so helpful. It was a course that actually guided me through this is how you set up, your dashboard. This is how, if you want to, insert an image, or different types of code that you can use, or the easy type of code that I use, like the picture code, these sorts of things. And so that entering into this course that was over the summer really helped me prepare myself to be able to actually teach my students how to do it. The problem was I wasn't able to teach my students because it was such a challenge for me that I was almost frozen. But then the next time that went around, when I saw that students were frustrated, like, I can't do this, as opposed to telling them, okay, well, why don't you just go and ask the Wikipedia person to help you? I was like, okay, I struggled with this as well. And now I can actually show them how to do things. And I know that I take more class time helping my student, making those errors and mistakes with them, and then giving them a lot of encouragement, encouraging them just to make one small edit. And let's put that out there. And okay, let's see what happens. So the students as well have anxieties, but also it's something that's new. And I think that the more time that I spent doing it in class alongside of them, as opposed to just I'm over here and they're doing the assignment, really helped to alleviate, or I think, a lot of the anxieties that my students were having, because I was collaborating with them. I was, okay, let's figure this out, you all. Or when they found something new, they love giving each other those little barnyard animals that you can give. Like, you've done a great job. And so when one person figured out how to do that, they would share it amongst the class. So it really was a way to connect my class or my classes, as opposed to being overall alienating.
Yeah, we had a comment in the chat here while you were speaking that I think is great here in response to that, which is I think something amazing of this experience is that it disrupts that traditional power dynamic between a teacher who knows it all and is the expert versus the student who's doing everything for the first time, which is right in line with what you were saying there.
And I would also add it's a great opportunity to bestow leadership on students from previous semesters. So I invite back, and they're sometimes called buddies, other times called coordinators, a person to help me run the project that has some experience, so students can reach out to them and ask them questions. And they get the chance to see how a course works from the inside. As well. So I hadn't thought about it as disrupting, and I thank you, Delia, for that, and thank you, Leanna, for that. I think it's, and whoever put that quote in there, I love that disruption, and I love the opportunity for students to then become teachers themselves in this space.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm going to move on to the next. We've got several more questions coming up here, and we're running short on time. So I'm going to move us on to the next question. This person writes, "I'm a high school English teacher in the U.S. I love Wikipedia, but I see a real disconnect between what students are told about Wikipedia in high schools and how they are informed about it at the college level. How can we make the labeling of Wikipedia more in sync between primary and higher education campuses so students aren't experiencing a double take using Wikipedia as a valuable source?" This is a great question that is maybe requires some thought, but I don't know if any of you have some initial thoughts here.
Does WikiEd have a high school initiative?
We do not. We have talked about it.
So
maybe
I
that
mean,
person needs to teach the first class.
But the Wikimedia Foundation has reading Wikipedia
Yeah,
in
the
the
Wikimedia.
classroom.
Yeah, the Wikimedia Foundation's Reading Wikipedia in the Classroom program is great. Melissa was actually the one who had that comment I read prior, but she works on that project with the foundation's team, and so yeah, I definitely recommend looking into that. In fact, I think she's putting a comment about it in the chat right now, a little behind us. So
I don't let students cite Wikipedia in research papers. And it's interesting that the title of this panel is "Don't Cite It, Write It." I do tell them don't cite it. But right, unless they were to write a research paper about Wikipedia. I should also add, we read articles, scholarly articles about Wikipedia, the politics of Wikipedia and its potential. So I tried to make them aware of it from an intellectually critical way.
great. The next question is, how is it decided how much the reader already knows? So I think this is maybe a question for you about sort of your students when they're working on articles. How do they decide what the reader comes to Wikipedia with?
For my students, a lot of times I have them write like, okay, generally when you're Googling something, Wikipedia is, if it's not the first hit, it's like the second or third. So a lot of times people might not know anything, or they might know a little bit. But where my students use to gauge how much information or what information to put into the Wikipedia page, they actually use other Wikipedia pages as a guide to do that. And I encourage that because oftentimes they'll say, okay, well, if it's a person, you want to know some of their, the overall, who they were, what they did. And then you want to have, personal life or their filmography or conflict or things like that. So they use other Wikipedia pages in order to determine or have some sort of skeleton to be able to fill in. And then as they go, based upon the editing that they're getting, they will even decide, okay, well, what else would I put in here, or what should I take out, or what is not clear. And I think they never leave my course thinking I am done with this. There's no more that can be written on this article or on this Wikipedia page. So I think they're constantly reimagining what the audience should know. So it's not static. I think they start with something. They start with, okay, this is how these other pages are modeling it, and I'll add that information. But then perhaps by the end of the course, what they might put or not add could drastically change.
Great. Yeah, we're getting short on time here, so we have a couple questions remaining. I'm just going to answer one of them here, which was, does everyone encourage their students to edit without logging in or actually registering for an account? We at Wiki Education actually require the students to register for accounts so we can monitor what they're doing, and that's a cornerstone of sort of our programmatic support so that we get flagged when students are running into trouble. Ian does primarily, and Ian can jump in and help them kind of as needed, which is important to, for the support we provide for faculty like the four of the instructors who are on this panel today. Another question, though, for the panelists is, are any of you familiar with collaborative reading platforms like Hypothesis, which is an annotation platform? I'm not sure if you are. And if you are, how do these compare to Wikipedia as a learning tool? Shira.
Yeah, I use Hypothesis regularly in my courses, but it's completely different. It's like apples and oranges. So Hypothesis, I use that to make sure that students do the reading. I'll have them annotate documents that we're reading. So you can put any PDF into Hypothesis and have students annotate it on the document, and then they can see what other people are annotating. But it's confined to the classroom. So, or it's confined to whoever you tell it to be confined to. It's not available for the world at large. So, whereas Wikipedia, when they're editing Wikipedia, they're writing for the entire world to see. So, I like both of them, but yeah, for very, very different purposes and goals.
Great. And I think the last question here, we've got 2 minutes left. So the question says, I'm curious if you saw the recent news study that showed Irish judges were influenced by Wikipedia in their rulings. This could have huge implications for Wikipedia's influence in the real world, and wonder if you think this information would motivate more of your colleagues to teach with Wikipedia. Did anyone see that? Paper?
I did.
Heather, why don't you go for it?
Yeah, I mean, this is why, in a way, right, any kind of scholarship is a work of social and political engagement. And the article was about how very specific words, phrases, conceptions that shaped articles then informed legal decisions. And you can see that in many realms. People are reading Wikipedia even if they don't cite it, even if they don't cite it in a scholarly article or book, for example.
Thank you.
while I'm sharing my screen, unfortunately, I can't watch the chat, but I am relying on my my wonderful team behind me. Oh, that's not the right button. To monitor the chat and let me know if anything comes up. But let me go ahead and first of all, open my speaker notes and also say, hello, welcome. Thank you guys so much for joining us for this presentation. My name is Amanda Figueroa. I am the community director of the Curationist project. I'm really excited to use this time we have together, all 15 minutes of it, to talk to you about this platform that we've been working on for quite some time, and about how it fits into this broader open knowledge ecosystem, and about how we truly are at Curationist trying to reimagine what curatorial work looks like through open knowledge. Along the way, we'll also do some interactive stuff led by my colleague Neha, who will introduce herself to you in just a moment. And we're also going to be able to show you guys a demo of what's to come for this platform in the very end. So I'm going to hop right to it. Again, thank you all so much for being here. What a compliment to have your close attention. So our project is called Curationist, and right at the heart of that word is, of course, the word curation. All of us in sort of this Wikimedia community and all of us in open knowledge broadly understand that so much of our work is curatorial work, is this work of taking care of, organizing, and making visible all of the knowledge and all of these artifacts and all of these images that exist in the world. But the word curation and the act of curation is a little sticky, is always the word that I like to use for it. It's sticky primarily because, especially in the Western world, all of our curatorial work is rooted in a singular Western tradition. And that tradition began initially with what we could call cabinets of curiosities, the collections and the truly the literal cabinets that were put in homes of wealthy people to sort of showcase their travels and showcase the places they'd been and the wealth they'd accumulated. So when the British Museum was founded in 1753, it should be no surprise that it also took on that sort of cabinet of curiosities form, meaning that it really became a place for the might of the British Empire to be displayed. Just like those Regency wealthy families were displaying artifacts from their travels, so too the British Empire was displaying evidence of their travels, primarily in the form of looted cultural objects from Africa, Asia, and all around the world. As a result, although we as a field, the museum field, the open knowledge field, the cultural heritage fields have all moved away as much as possible from that colonial legacy, the fact is that so much of that stuff, so much of that legacy remains in the way that we classify and organize our artifacts. So much of that remains in the ways that we create taxonomies and metadata structures now that we're taking those collections online. So that's why I say it's sticky. That's why I say that as much as I love this work, as much as my colleagues at Curationist love this work, there's more to do. There's a lot more to do. Which brings us to, here you can see exactly what I was talking about previously, which brings us to this this fun little joke that one of my colleagues always likes to say in our meetings is that, yeah, it's curationist, but often it's curation-ish. And so what I mean by that is that in our pursuit of this really important curatorial work, we're also encountering amazing, beautiful, inspiring alternatives to that legacy, that Western colonialist legacy. That got us really excited and really inspired us as a team to start to invent this platform, which I'm going to get into depth into a little bit later. We saw an incredible amount of knowledge being held in local level and grassroots organizations all around the world. People who really had such an intimate relationship with these objects and had the historical knowledge behind them to really offer something that we're not seeing in institutions, to offer a different take on the institutional, taxonomic, and metadata structures that we're seeing in museums, art institutions, cultural heritage institutions broadly. And so the project for Curationist became to really understand, okay, how can we augment and support this, what I'm calling curation-ish work? And there are three things that we can and should do, both ourselves at Curationist and the open knowledge field in general. Those three things are, of course, to make images and artifacts widely available. I'm speaking to the Wikimedia community. I don't need to tell you guys that. You're down, you get it. And along with that, we also need to grant knowledge holders access to share their information. That means we have a lot of work to do in closing the digital divide. As cutesy of a name as that is, the fact is that if open knowledge, and especially digital open knowledge, is going to be a force for good in the world, it really, really needs to enable internet access broadly. And the last thing, which in my mind is the sort of most important hurdle, is we need to find a way to put local level knowledge on par with institutional expertise. We really need people in their local communities to be able to speak to these large institutions and to be heard by these large institutions, and to be able to do so both on the level of conceptual knowledge sharing and also on the level of that metadata, also on the level of those taxonomic structures. So towards that end, we at Curationist have been developing a platform that is working towards these things, and I'm really excited to take you through it a little bit more in depth. But first, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Neha to take you through a little activity to illustrate exactly what I mean. Towards that end, Neha, go ahead and say hello and introduce yourself.
Hi, how are you, everyone? I am one of the content editors here at Curationist, where we also produce features and collections on the site for people to see how our tools are being used. I am going to do a sort of visual associative brainstorming game with you to make you aware of how there are gaps in metadata.
I'm sharing my screen right now so we can do that game.
And
here we go.
Yeah, there are gaps in metadata, but there are also resources out there. And although we're going to use Wikimedia Commons as our search bar in order to do this game, and all of you are welcome to participate in this game. The Jamboard is in the chat. That's where we're going to be working. So it's for those of you who don't know, it's a whiteboard that is run by Google, and we all can contribute to it. It's super easy. All you have to do is, if you're on another website and you want to copy an image and place it in this game, you're able to just do that by copying the image and then pasting it in here. And yeah, there's no login needed. The next slide, please. So what we're looking at is a cat mummy in cartonnage. That's the title of the object as you would see it in the Brooklyn Museum's website. That leaves you thinking, of a variety of associations with it, not the least of which maybe if you don't know what the word cartonnage means. Next slide, please. I'm just walking you through how we might work this example. So you might be reading this and it tells you it's a painted plaster coffin. So now you might be interested in plaster, you might be interested in painted coffins. There's a diamond shaped pattern. You might get interested in how the linen is arranged in that crisscross pattern, that it's a wild desert cat. You might be interested in that. None of this is necessarily in the metadata here. And then it was shown in an exhibition called Soulful Creatures, Animal Mummies in Ancient Egypt. So that's kind of exciting. There's actually more description on their website, and more images, as you can see on the bottom left, including their X-rayed images. But we're going to move forward to the next slide. So this sort of cat mummy can lead us as a group, for instance, or any group, to research cat figures in jewelry, or look up Egyptian mummy portraits, or we may think of jaguars, aka wildcats, in pre-Columbian or Mayan art. What I wanted to point out is I'm going to go clockwise from the top left. So the first image is the linen from Tutankhamun's embalming cachet. So I only put in the search term linen bandage in the Wikimedia Commons image search, and this was one of the images that showed up. So that was pretty easy. That kind of puts us in the right neighborhood. The next one, I know about all these mummy portraits, and I was like, oh, this cat mummy makes me think of mummy portraits, where these paintings were made and placed on top of these mummies. So that was a useful search term. Next time, instead of doing cartonnage, which doesn't really quite give you important links, the definition of cartonnage as painted coffin led me to this painted coffin of Lady Nefer. So far, so good. But then when I started searching for cat jewelry or jewelry depicting cats or anything like that, it was well nigh impossible. I was just getting one thing, and the rest were not useful search, useful images that were coming up. So I went to the Wikipedia page for Egyptian cats directly and found this image. It's an Egyptian cat amulet. And there are obviously there must be tons of jewelry out in the world that has cats in it, but there was no way for me to get there. This is off topic in some ways, right? Like a cat mummy in cartonnage doesn't necessarily need to lead you to cat amulets, but cat mummies exist because Egyptians revered cats. And of course they would have cat jewelry, and they had tons of cat amulets, but there was no way for me to go from cat mummy to Egyptian cat amulet the way the metadata currently exists. The next one is the bottom left image. I did the search term Mayan jaguar because Maya cat or pre-Columbian wildcat or pre-Columbian cat or any such combination did not lead me to what I knew existed out there, which are these jaguar sculptures and decorative items that they had in the pre-Columbian age. So this is just to set out how this type of thing can go. The next slide shows how we might actually work if we had just started with the cat mummy image. Next frame, please. So our game is to use Wikimedia Commons for the images. The yellow sticky note tells you that you can copy. I need to be in mine. Hold on, I'm gonna catch up to you guys. So the yellow sticky note tells you that you can either copy the image from your search in Wikimedia Commons, or you can use this tool on the left side, which is to the left of my my laser pointer, and you can use that to create a sticky note and just put your search term up on the Jamboard. So we're gonna basically use another image to do something very similar. Like this cat mummy, I could have searched for a gesso-covered mummy, cartonnage, animal mummies, pet burials, painted coffin, which I did, wild desert cat, cat headdress, cat jewelry, cat worship, which I didn't search, but I could have, the mummy linen strips and the linen bandage. So that's kind of like the search term universe, and you can obviously put in either the term or the image. Next slide, please. But we're not going to use the cat mummy for the image. We're instead going to use this image, this work, which exists in, I cannot see the bottom. I think it's in the Brooklyn Museum. And I'm going to, could you shrink or put the text somewhere else? It's at the Met, okay. And it's a jade item from the early classic Mayan period. I just want us to observe, like if you had to like now go and make a few thoughts about this or follow up on this, what could you possibly be looking for? You can notice that the creature is seated. It's cross-legged, so you could be searching for something cross-legged. I'm not going to give up too much about this, but if you know about the piece, of course, you may look for those key search terms. The pose involves the hands like this. If you notice, there's a beak and the face. And then additionally, if you look at the two eyes, it seems like there's a series of receding eyes, but there's something even more novel about the eyes. They seem cross-eyed, just like it's cross-legged. It's kind of a few key things to give you something to go off of. Most people think of jade as Chinese, and precious jade artifacts come from China, or at least regular Americans will. But there's also these classic Maya jades, so I kind of wanted to put those two together. And our next slide, please. That is our Jamboard. So I've shrunk the deity figure, and we can search in Wikimedia Commons. Maybe someone can put the link in the chat for those who may not know how to get there for whatever crazy reason. And based on whatever you find or what your search term might be, I would love it if you guys were able to populate this for me. It could simply be a search term or an object. And I know Amanda's going to help me here.
Amanda is. I was just typing in the chat. Please feel free to jump in this Jamboard with us. Add your images or potential search terms based on this image to this Jamboard. You shouldn't need a login to be able to access it, but if you are having any trouble, go ahead and send me a direct message and I can help you troubleshoot. You should also just be able to copy paste images without needing to save them. But again, if anything seems difficult or unintuitive to you, go ahead and let me know. I'm also going to come add my search term. Add for. Let's see, I would also probably search for Thanks everyone for being so active in this Jamboard. I just get a thrill to see things start to pop up.
And what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to put the image, I'm trying to do some of these searches and find images, and I'm putting them right next to them, next to the search terms. But if you go to, if you were to put that search term in your thing, in your browser, you can right click and just copy the image and then paste it directly. You don't have to actually download it or anything.
We can probably take, oh, let's say 5 more minutes. As you can see, I'm thinking of so many things as we play. I'm delighted to see so many things on this Jamboard that I either would never have thought of, or actually I'm not sure what they are. We'll give it a few more minutes, guys, for any final thoughts. All right, about 60 more seconds for any final thoughts, any last search terms or images.
Wow.
All right, I'm going to do a last call, and then Neha, I think you're ready to walk us through our results whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds. I'm putting this text down there. Okay. So great. We've come up with a lot, going from everything from ancient Mayan jade artifacts and ancient deities to search terms that are about modern jade figures and animals, because clearly this one's not quite human, even if it's anthropomorphized. So what happened to the jade mining image? Did it get covered? Oh well. It's all good. So check that one out, and there was like this is in the top right over here. You can see a taino, which is sort of like the Caribbean, Puerto Rican, and Cuban, like in that area, like an inhaler. So not the right neighborhood of where we're looking at, and not even quite the similar thing. But I could not find anything like our object when I did cross-eyed deity. So that kind of gives us a clue of what's missing. We have, I also did the search for, I think it was the, things have moved, jade artifacts or something, and I came up, ancient jade, that was ancient jade, and I came up with this jade Kong from China, the Neolithic period, and that was interesting. When I did Maya jade artifacts, I got this Maya jade mask. So there's a range of things we are able to find, and a range of things that we might have more trouble with. What the curationist in some ways is trying to do is not only create the imagery, create access to all this imagery and all these works that exist in the partner archives, but also create a second layer metadata level that may not exist in the original websites, to create a possibility for thinking through some of our questions. And in some cases, it's as simple as writing some colonialist wrong in some way, or by writing the information or by adding information, because none the metadata has not been supplied, because it's an object of low rank in some sense for the museum that's holding it, but may not be so from the point of view of the culture from which it was collected. So we're working all of those angles, and that kind of gives you an idea of how this board might end up. The next slide, please. This is just to give you an idea of what, in the next slide, what slide before it, sorry. Yeah, so this tells you what the website actually tells us on the mat. It's an object that's well researched, and there's a lot of text on it. But you might be searching, well, after you read this text, you might say, oh, I'm going to look at cross-legged figures, or I'm going to look at something where there's an imagery of arms bent in towards the chest and curled in the crab claw position. The deity is actually named. It's a principal bird deity. And so we don't know if it's actually the bird deity itself or a human wearing that mask, as they do during rituals, that is depicted in this imagery. As I mentioned, the figure is cross-eyed. Nobody caught on to the square pupils part, but they are square, so you could have gone searching for that. These kinds of eyes are used to identify shining, solar, and or resplendent supernatural beings. It could have led us to searching for solar beings, or various solar deities, and creating a collection that has to do with solar deities for somebody to come and look at on our website, or somebody's research paper might be on solar deities. How are we on time?
We're doing great on time. Thanks for checking.
Oh, great. Would we like to do a very quick second Jamboard? In this case, I'm not going to give you very much information at all, and I want to see what happens when we work with that image. And so this is a bowl with Kufic calligraphy. This is all the information I'm providing. It's from the Arts of the Islamic World. It's categorized as that in the Brooklyn Museum. It's from the 10th century. And all we know is that it's from the Samanid period, which doesn't tell us unless you read carefully in the text where it's from. Next slide, please, and that will be our Jamboard.
Here we are.
I am going to make this image smaller, please, so that we can put other things on there.
How's that?
Yeah, that's great. Let's go for it. Let's try and come up with
again, everyone is free to hop in this Jamboard, and let's see what we can turn out for this object, even though we have so much less metadata originally to work with. So again, similar to the previous artifact, please feel free to jump in and add post-it notes with search terms, add images that come to your mind. I see we're already thinking Islamic ceramics. And again, that information that we were given is down here in the bottom right-hand corner. Kufic was absolutely going to be my first search term. And we'll give it about, let's say, 7 minutes, maybe even a little briefer. Oh no, someone put us on the Jamboard. We too are search terms, each and every one of us. I am going to move that with apologies to its creator. A couple more minutes for any final thoughts or images. Excellent. About 60 more seconds for any final images, search terms, thoughts of any kind, additional screenshots of the Zoom room.
Yeah, this is great. So I can see vessels, calligraphic vessels, but people also want to know about calligraphic tools. Like, how did this thing get drawn on this vessel? That's an interesting thing to think about. How was it thrown? Islamic ceramics, the Kufic script itself, and then we see it being used in the Quran in a couple of examples here, which might lead us to think, oh, it's got very flat and tall writing style, which is correct. It's a sort of squared off script. Samanid art, it gives us a beautiful vessel, but what is Samanid? So just found the area that it's from over there. So these are great. These are great. Wide rim platters, we could go with that. We could go with shallow bowls. We could go just text on vessels. It doesn't have to be Islamic calligraphic. I really love the spiritual ceramics sticky note that someone put up, because that's something that, you know, is absolutely something could be searching for, and it's not necessarily here in the metadata. And Islamic cookware, that could take us in another way, like dinnerware. What's the purpose of this writing? Might take us to like proverbs on or reminders on our ceramic ware. So, and slip trail painted text, amazing, great. That's so useful in terms of what we can and cannot find from this. In terms of the actual image, it would be nice to go to the link, and I'm going to put it in our chat. so that here's to everyone in the meeting. So if we can throw that up on our screen for us to read what it says, which just tells us what the inscription says, that it is brown, painted in brown slip on a white slip ground. So someone who was looking for slipware was was in the right place. We didn't get to Iran, but that's the Samanid period. Once you saw the map, you would have gotten to that point and start looking up Iran. If somebody wanted to be nationalist in their search terms, they could go in that direction. The script is actually placed there in Arabic, which is great. And it tells us the proverbs are attributed to Imam Ali and where they were published. So there's a lot of information here. If we keep scrolling down, it tells us not much else. The catalog descriptions has large bowl with flaring sides, ceramic, transparent colorless glaze, brown slip. So this is all technical, the first half. Then it says huge Kufic characters form with center rosette, the interior design. Outside is plain. But the Kufic characters it's where it's left. It doesn't say the proverb part. You'd actually need to get to the inscriptions part for it to tell you that it's a proverb. So just those are sort of some clear, quick observations. So if this object hadn't been fully cataloged and the inscription hadn't actually been noted, then the description at the very bottom would be the only metadata in a way that we would have to work with. Any thoughts that anyone else might have to add to this? Otherwise, I'm done here.
I certainly have some thoughts.
Yeah.
Something I'm widely known for is my constantly having thoughts. So thank you so much, Neha, for that wonderful activity, which really shows the way that not only are we as humans, subject to our own biases and our own sort of trains of thoughts when it comes to describing images, cataloging images, putting images into organization and taxonomies and metadata. We also, have all of the legacy behind us of the history of these objects, both the history that we have captured and that we haven't, which is what brings us to, first, certainly to our metadata storytelling. We can share these slides after the presentation, which will include the associative visual brainstorm. And for those of you who are even interested in more metadata, a link to our Medium publication on metadata learning and unlearning. But it also takes us to the original question, which is, what is curationist? What are we going to do about having so many different systems for metadata tagging, some of which are living with us, sort of the choices and non-choices of the people living now, as well as the legacies of these objects and the colonialism and the conquer that they went through. Curationist is a platform that's doing our best to ameliorate some of those issues. Access databases from individual institutions, like we saw the Met, like we saw the Brooklyn Museum. And making them all searchable in one place, one platform, but then trying to go a little bit further and making a place for those additional metadata and additional community cultural level knowledge to be held. So I'd like to take you now briefly through what our platform looks like. We are launching officially in October this year. And before then, there's a beta open and available to you at curationist.org, where you can also sign up to be on our newsletter to hear more about the platform. Begins with front and center that idea about reimagining culture. It's at the heart of everything we do. And so towards that end, I'm going to bring us down quickly here, since our time is limited, to look at some of our editorial features. This is the place where on our platform we're showcasing not only these open access images, but also the information that goes along with them. For example, if we come in here into martial goddesses and mythical queens, we can see so much information, so many images that depict mythical queens, but also so much information that was contributed by. And then if I scroll back up quickly, I can also show you what the search looks like. So say I read this editorial feature and I think, gosh, I want to see more pictures of armor. Because who wouldn't? If I simply come up and type in armor, just like on our metadata Jamboard, you can see that we get a bunch of different things. This feels like a wildly disparate collection here. We get both images of armor, but we're also getting weapons. So if we come and we add, let's say, women, suddenly we're getting a little bit closer. Our metadata is becoming clearer, both because of the metadata of our partner institutions that we're drawing from, and because of the curationist sort of streamlining standardization process. We've got women. Let's also filter by material. Let's say we only want to see bronze goddess statues. So we're getting even closer. Things are shaping up. Finally, then I say I find an image that I'm really intrigued by. I can come in, look at it here, view all the images, read information about the work, and see the original inscription that comes from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. From there, I'm able certainly, of course, to add it to a collection. Let's see, Armor Goddesses seems like the right collection to add it. And then if you come to my profile, hello, this is me. I can also make this collection either public or private, again, allowing people to choose the level at which they contribute their knowledge. So in our last 5 minutes, here we are back at the Curationist homepage to come, again, when we launch very soon. And I'll speak just a couple minutes more about where we're headed even after this. Like I said in the beginning, our metadata and our taxonomies are the ways that we find and access images, but they're also the way that we make those images and those artifacts known to other people. So a big next step for Curationists, even after this original platform launches, is to think about ways that we're contributing our metadata and the grassroots level community cultural heritage knowledge that we're canvassing for in our editorial features, in our fellowship program, in our critics program, and be able to contribute it back to this large open access ecosystem. We're exploring ways to contribute that metadata back to the Wikidata and the Wikimedia community, as well as back to the home institutions for so many of these objects. We really see that as part of our role as just a good citizen in the open access, open knowledge space. So there's so much more to come from Curationist. I really hope that you guys were able to get a sense not only of our work, but also how we do it and what is important about it to us. And in our very last 5 minutes, first of all, let me thank Neha for her amazing, thoughtful work on that interactive activity, and let me thank Raven and Sadiq and Allison, my teammates, for also being here. And then if you guys have any questions, we would love to hear them. I can stick around certainly until our time slot ends to answer any questions or hear what you guys think. Or perhaps I'd like to hear from my teammates what sort of metadata they were putting on our activity boards.
I was the one that came up with the spiritual ceramics.
Well done. That was amazing.
So please also remember to follow us on social media, as we'll be giving you more updates as we get closer to the product launch in October. I have shared information about where to find us on social media and the chat.
Excellent. Well, again, thanks everyone so much for being here. What a joy to get to share so many people's hard work with you. There's so much more to come from us. Like I said, please stay tuned. And if you'd like to connect, I'm going to go ahead and put my direct email address in the chat. So if you have any questions, thoughts, ideas, or you just want to have another conversation, please don't hesitate to get in So good night, everyone.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carlo Brescia. I'm from Peru, and I'm going to make this presentation about a glam photographic journey into the world of sacred plants from the Peruvian Amazon region. Next slide, please. I should do it. How can I? The next slide is. Okay. Do you see the, no, you don't see the next, okay. So this is the structure of the this presentation. I will discuss, present some background of what is indigenous knowledge, epistemic decolonization, and this Glam project we began last year. So the next slide is in the picture you see a shakapa, which is a ritual instrument. So there are many definitions of indigenous knowledge. The one I am presenting here right now is one from UNESCO. There are many ways to define indigenous knowledge, but it's a way of understanding the world, knowledge. It is important also to define who defines what is indigenous knowledge. It is done from an inside perspective or from an outside perspective. And this is very important when we are in this colonialism and decolonization. We understand by knowledge. Now I'm presenting what we usually understand by colonization, the action or process of settling among and establishing control over the indigenous people of an area, usually to get the resources and use the population for the benefit of the colonizer. In the image, all the images I am presenting are in Wikimedia Commons. And you see that is a book published in 1552 that is a short account of the destruction of the Indias, and this refers to the Americas. It was written by Bartolomé Las Casas, a Spanish priest that denounced the violence being done against the indigenous people of Peru and beyond. The next slide is another definition of what is colonialism. This is a recent article from 2019 that was published in a in National Geographic, in the National Geographic webpage. The history of colonialism is one of brutal subjugation of indigenous people. Indeed, it's brutal, and although there are some positive effects of cultural exchange, there are products that come and products that go. Also, is violence, structural violence, physical violence, economic, symbolic, psychological, sexual, and epistemic. Epistemic violence has to do with the way we had a way of understanding. We were suddenly second-class citizens, and the people that were the colonizers were the first-class citizens. And here, trying to broaden our understanding about epistemic violence, there are some concepts that come from some European writers like Gramsci, cultural hegemony, the eclipse of reason. It has to do with reasoning, making an argument in order to make colonization appearing like correct, just justifying this violence against the people. This has happened in the Americas and has happened in Africa and in Asia, and also there is an internal colonialism. Some countries do colonialism inside their territories. That has happened in France, in the US, in Peru, and in many countries. One vision from an elite is imposed to the other societies inside one country. It's a shocking experience, and you have a book by Frantz Fanon from Martinica, from the Caribbean, that discusses this a lot, the impacts of colonization, and also has to do with the loss of memory. And this is very critical because a lot of knowledge developed by civilizations, indigenous civilizations, suddenly was erased, persecuted. And for example, there is Francisco de Avila. I'm citing Francisco de Avila, quoting him. He wrote, "Didn't I myself remove more than 30,000 idols by my hands for 30 years from the towns of the corregimiento of Huarachirí, Yauyos, Hausa, and Chaupi, Guaranicas, and other towns, and did I burn more than 3,000 bodies of the deceased whom they adored?" This Francisco Dávila was one of many extirpadores de Lotrías. These were people that were in charge of destroying, persecuting religious items, persecuting people that accumulated knowledge. In Quechua, a person that accumulates that knows a lot, that has a lot of wisdom, that gathers the knowledge of a society is called a yachak, and a mauta too. And these extirpadores were persecuting and disappearing these wise people. And in the Andes, like in other regions, most cultures have ancestor cults that honor memory, that honor the wisdom of the people that were before, the lineage, honor their territory and nature. In this image, you see a huanca, which is a monolith present in a temple. This still remains, this exists, this survived the conquest and the colonization, because it was not discovered. It's so old that when the Spanish arrived, it had like 2,500 years old. So they missed it, and luckily it is still is with us. So all many other things were destroyed, and this has an impact. Is a loss of memory, and this loss of memory, loss of connection with nature, the territory of lineage, has develops a collective amnesia of what was before you, where do you come from, where, who are you? You lose identity, and many people are uprooted in a very violent way uh, compared to migrants, for example. Migrants go from the Americas to Europe, or from Europe to the Americas, and they are kind of uprooted. But in colonization, this is very, very violent. And people don't remember. People don't have the ways to remember and have an impact till the present day. Now I will quote something that said a president of Europe. He said in 2007, Africa's drama is that the African has not entered into history. How can a president say this? How come Africa has not entered history? So this, I quote this because it's an example of the amnesia that people have. Not only the colonized people, but also the colonizer. There's a collective amnesia. Some years ago, we were working in Belgium about the memory of Africa in Europe, and this memory of what happened in Africa was not told in the school, at the schools at that time in Belgium. So there are like policies, educational policies, that decide what story to tell, what events are being told, and which are not. So this is very, very hard, because when you don't remember what you did, when you have this collective amnesia, you usually repeat what you did. Yes, history repeats itself if we don't remember. So saying this, I will start the second part of this presentation, which is the Glam Project, that has to do with this, decolonizing. We did a Glam Project in a region in the Amazon, in the northern Amazon of Peru. It's called the Taquihuasi Center. It's an established center. Success of 54%. That's really, really big compared to other therapies that try to reduce addiction to cocaine or heroin or other plants, other substances. This Taquihuasi Center has received a lot of researchers, and many articles have been published about this center. It has a lab and a botanical garden, and luckily they have a photographic record. So because we knew them, we had certain relationships, we decided, okay, let's do a Glam project. Let's liberate your images with a license, a Creative Commons license in Wikimedia Commons. And this was done with Wikacción Peru, which is the project I am a part of. And the process was to develop an alliance, make some accords, do some training. In the picture you see a workshop we had about how to upload images. Then we have to do the revision and then use these images in the Wikipedias. The process started in September 2021 and ended the upload in December 2021. So it was like 3 months. So all these images are from this Glam Project, the first one in Peru. And I will introduce some concepts of traditional medicine, Amazonian traditional medicine, with these pictures. In Andean and Amazonian traditional medicines, there are plants that are sacred, visionary, teachers, but some are very extensive, like tobacco. Tobacco is used not only as a medicine, but also as a ritual plant. It's like a microphone. You can use tobacco to blow it and to make a prayer, because the spirit of the tobacco is a strong one. So that's a sacred plant, like coca, like ayahuasca, like wilca. These plants are very important for many indigenous cultures. Also coca. There is a variety of. So teacher plants are plants that teach knowledge to curanderos through visions and dreams. I will how this knowledge is transferred apart from visions and dreams. And these knowledges are related to the plant's properties, preparation, and application. So in the process where a curandero or curandera has an initiation that has a lot of years, like 20 years or 10 years, depending on the path that this person takes. So through this initiation, he participates in what we call an Amazonian diet. An Amazonian diet is a moment where to be curandero or curandera isolates in nature for 1 year or some months and diets a specific plant. He's isolated in a small cabin and only has like a plant we call yuca or mandioca in Portuguese. No salt, no sugar, body, herbal baths, has ayahuasca ceremonies. An intake of these teacher plants, like so in the other slide. So in this process of 2 months, 3 months, the curandero starts dreaming and having visions and talking to the spirit or receiving information from the spirit of the plant through the dreams and the visions he has. In this picture, you see a tambo. A tambo is this type of is where these curanderos isolate themselves. The food is prepared by someone else, usually the teacher of the curandero. But the idea is to have a moment in isolation so the person can connect to the plant and to himself and clean his mind, his body, his emotions, and connect to the spiritual world. So this is part of one of the traditions. Sometimes the tambo is not so well constructed as the one you see. This is the one that Takiwasi Center uses. Magical songs. These are also very important part of traditional medicine in the Amazon. Not only in the Amazon, but in the Orinoco region too. For example, in Tarapoto, they call them Icaros, but the Shipibo call them Besho, the Awahun call them Anent, the Kokama call them Mariri, the Huachipaeri call them Echuba. These magical songs have energetic, sound, and semantic dimensions. And through these songs, the spirits are invoked, and their help and intervention is requested during the therapies that these curanderos and curanderas have. I don't want to use the word shaman because it's a continent. In the Amazon, they have their names like Paje, Paye, or Sheripiari, and many others, Onania. But they have a similar function. They mediate between this world and the spiritual world. And in the picture you see Don Solón Tello chanting an Ícaro with his chacapa to a small... the chacapa is this instrument made of leaves. And these songs are received in dreams and in visions by the curandero. Each curandero have their own songs. Another type of these magical songs are the Shubá of the Huachipaeri people, and these are on the list of UNESCO of the intangible cultural heritage, and there are only 12 people that know the songs, know how to sing them, so they are in danger. And most of these traditions, most of these knowledges and practices, technologies of consciousness are endangered because with modernization in the Amazon, with the roads, with deforestation, we lose a lot. In this picture, you see a modern Ayahuasca ceremony in Taquihuasi, where people gather around the curandero. There are many traditions, and inside each tradition, of the Shipibo, for example, a lineage of Shipibos have a different ceremonial structure than their neighbors. Yes. Ayahuasca nowadays in Latin America and in Europe and in North America is very popular. Many people come to Peru, and there are many gringo shamans. They are called that way, that learn how to. Some are doing the right thing, but many other they are not following traditions, and people are dying. People have died in Cusco, in Puerto Maldonado, in Iquitos, because sometimes when these powerful plants are not conducted in the right way, people can die. So it's important to follow a tradition. We have another picture where this maestro Don Solón Tello serves ayahuasca to another person. So in this Glam Project, we have 1,200 images liberated by Taquihuasi. We have rituals, we have plants, we have preparation of plants, and we have also curanderos of their archives. Curanderos like Juan Flores, that if you Google in academic Google, in Google Scholar, he cited. There are many articles by National Geographic talking about Juan Flores or Norma Panduro. So now we have pictures. But not only we have many pictures from curanderos, but also from people that are researchers like Jeremy Narby from Canada, and this picture of Jeremy Narby, who wrote The Cosmic Serpent, is being used in at least 4 Wikipedias, not in the Spanish Wikipedia yet. Santiago Manuín Valera is a environmental defender and indigenous leader. He died in 2020, and this picture is being used in the Wikipedia article. It was very important. And we have also pictures from people that are not from Peru. that also went to Takiwasi, like Dr. Yahya Segaya from Uganda and Francisco Sabino from Ecuador, that went to Takiwasi. So Francisco Sabino is also a very distinguished curandero in Ecuador, and when his article is going to be created, we have this picture. Francisco Sabino is from another tradition as well as this doctor from Uganda. We also have picture of plant preparations. This is an extract of rosacea, which is used in purges when sometimes they mix tobacco with rosacea and you drink it and you purge, you vomit. So it's very important to make this depuration of plants in Amazonian traditions. Also in Western traditions, if you see words like break fast, means that there is a fasting, a fast that depurates the body, like in Spanish, desayuno, no? You break el ayuno. Also, we have pictures of plant remedies preparations. Herbal baths are are widely used in traditional medicine, and also I'm going to present another image of activation of the plants. Plants, when they are sung and blown, it's very important, this process, because the curandero sings and talks and prays to the spirit of the plant to activate it and call it to make a healing. So I'm going to. I have a couple of slides more, but I'm going to the last one of the pictures, which has to do with the soplada. Soplada is blowing tobacco, also very important for cleaning. It cleans the energetic body around the patients. And at the end, I asked a question about what can we do to decolonize, recover, and root connect our memories. How can we do it from Wikimedia activities? And I think that these type of projects contribute to them. These type of projects bring these practices that are being researched nowadays. To visualize them, articles of memory and people in the for memory. This is very important, right? We colonization brings loss of memory, brings collective amnesia, both to the colonizer and the colonized. Here are two quotes by Italo Calvino: "More enlightened our houses are, the more their walls ooze ghosts." The more you clarify your understanding, you see what is behind a train station in Europe, what has happened in order to have this development. And also one from Charles Memory Green. To know where are you and where do you come from. So that's it. Thank you. I don't know if someone has questions. Maybe it's too late. I'm sure. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoy enjoyed this presentation. And if you have questions, please, we are at Wikiaction Peru, and you can write us about what you are doing and what you learned from this presentation. Thanks.
Hola a todos, todas y todes. Mi nombre es Carla y yo les voy a presentar hoy día la metodología que utilizamos en Wikimedia Chile para poder enseñar Wikidata a distintas comunidades. Entonces voy a compartir mi pantalla. Y acá estamos. Bueno, tal como les había comentado, esta presentación está titulada como Wikidata for Everyone, a Methodology for... Ya. Hola a todos, todas y todes. Mi nombre es Carla y hoy día les voy a presentar la metodología que utilizamos en Wikimedia Chile para poder enseñar Wikidata a las distintas comunidades. Entonces voy a compartir mi pantalla y acá estamos. Bueno, la charla hoy día está titulada como Wikidata for Everyone, a Methodology to Teach Different Communities. y quien la va a presentar soy yo. Mi nombre es Carla, soy encargada de comunidad y nuevos usuarios acá en Wikimedia Chile. Entonces, ¿de dónde viene todo este tema? Y antes de entrar de lleno a la presentación, me gustaría aclarar que esta charla o esta metodología que utilizamos nosotros no queremos llegar y decir, úsenla totalmente, nosotros sabemos lo que hacemos. ¿Qué estoy hablando? 3, 2, 1. Hola a todos, todas y todes. Mi nombre es Carla y hoy día les voy a presentar la metodología que utilizamos en Wikimedia Chile para poder enseñar Wikidata a las distintas comunidades. Así es que voy a compartir mi pantalla y acá estamos. Bueno, yo soy Carla de Wikimedia Chile, soy encargada de comunidad y nuevos usuarios en el capítulo y el título de mi charla hoy día es Wikidata for Everyone, a Methodology to Teach Different Communities. Y antes de partir, quería dejar en claro que estas charlas son solamente recomendaciones en las metodologías que nos ha estado sirviendo a nosotros en nuestras comunidades y en los distintos cursos que hemos estado haciendo con Wikidata, pero eso no quiere decir que esto se tenga que seguir al pie de la letra, porque obviamente toda comunidad es distinta y quizás lo que funcione para nosotros no necesariamente va a funcionar en sus comunidades, pero ojalá esta charla también les dé algunos lineamientos o incluso les dé algunas ideas para también enseñar Wikidata a sus comunidades, ¿ya? Eso es más o menos como el rol de la charla y el disclaimer que quería hacer al principio. Entonces, ¿cuáles son las problemáticas que nosotros tenemos al principio? O más que al principio, cuando vemos Wikidata o queremos enseñar Wikidata a las distintas comunidades. Lo primero, y es algo que yo creo que todos y todas podemos conocer y tenemos claro en este caso, y es que el hecho de que el sur global en Wikidata está muy subrepresentado. De hecho, acá en la imagen que están viendo en pantalla, podemos ver que todos los puntitos, ¿cierto? La mayoría de los puntitos se concentran en el norte global, ¿ya? Y esta imagen es del proyecto Finding Glams, que en verdad lo que quiere decir es como un mapeo de las entidades GLAM o BAM, también acá en América Latina le decimos BAM, eh, todas las entidades que están puestas en Wikidata. Entonces podemos ver que si vemos América Latina, como específicamente, hay muchos puntitos en Brasil y Argentina, porque tienen proyectos o tienen programas en el área de cultura que trabajan con Wikidata muy fuertemente. Pero ¿qué sucede en el resto de América Latina? Ahí como que nos falta un poco y de hecho está muy subrepresentado tanto en contenido como en colaboradores. Y después viene la otra problemática que en sí no es una problemática, porque está bien que suceda, pero es que la mayoría del uso que se da de Wikidata en América Latina está enfocado en temas de archivos, ¿cierto? En bibliotecas, bueno, en instituciones BAM, que vendrían siendo bibliotecas, archivos y museos. Y eso no es que esté mal, ¿ya? Está súper bien, de hecho, pero Wikidata también tiene distintas potencialidades. Entonces, no necesariamente o el enfoque también se puede dar a otras temáticas, no solamente como en instituciones BAP, ¿ya? Y la otra problematización que nos hemos encontrado cuando hablamos sobre Wikidata a usuarios, no sé, por ejemplo, editores de Wikipedia, les comentamos por qué no estás en Wikidata, por qué no editas en Wikidata. Bueno, existe este resquemor de parte de distintos usuarios y yo me atrevería a decir que no solamente de usuarios que editan otros proyectos, sino que también de personas comunes y corrientes, que por ser un proyecto meramente de datos y que utiliza para las búsquedas el lenguaje de programación Sparkle, hay cierta distancia con ese proyecto. ¿Por qué? Porque obviamente uno piensa y dice, bueno, yo soy del área de humanidades, entonces quizás son datos, programación, no es para mí. Pero eso en verdad es un mito, está totalmente errado porque efectivamente sí puede ser para todas las personas. Wikidata no está meramente hecho para personas que son programadores, programadoras o de ciencia, no, o sea, es para todas las personas y eso es lo que queremos nosotros y como eso, a eso es lo que apuntamos nosotros en nuestros cursos de Wikidata sobre todo, como que cualquier persona, no necesariamente que sepa programar, que sepa el uso de datos, pueda utilizar Wikidata, sino que todas las personas puedan contribuir de la manera que puedan. Y es por eso que nosotros tomamos distintas estrategias, como por ejemplo, lo primero, revisar el nivel de manejo de datos que tienen las personas. Esto es clave para saber si es que nosotros partimos desde, bueno, ¿qué son los datos? O si partimos ya con una base de decir, quizás todos conocen una base de datos. Es que puede ser como muy banal o muy lógico, por decirlo así, pero muchas veces uno no se da cuenta. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hicimos nosotros? Bueno, preguntarles directamente en el momento de inscripción, y acá tengo los datos del 2021 y algunos del 2022 porque aún no comienza nuestro curso y se están inscribiendo todavía personas, pero vemos que en los dos años, si nosotros juntamos los niveles de experiencia que son nada y básico, es mucha gente que llega al curso casi sin saber nada. Entonces no podemos asumir que la gente sabe lo que es un dato en específico o lo que es una base de datos. Como tenemos que partir de lo más básico, incluso para nivelar a las personas y después ir escalando en distintos conocimientos. ¿Qué estrategia también utilizamos? El no centrarse en Sparkle meramente, porque al final, ¿qué es lo que sucede? Uno se centra en Sparkle y no digo que esté mal, sino que muchas personas al acercarse a un lenguaje de programación se traban y no logran comprender o aprender más allá de eso. ¿Por qué? Porque le tienen, no un miedo, pero este resquemor o que quizás no son buenas. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hicimos? Bueno, no nos centramos directamente en Sparkle porque hoy en día Wikidata tiene herramientas para poder hacer consultas sencillas que no necesariamente utilizan el editor de código de Sparkle, pero también les damos todas las herramientas por si es que necesitan hacer otra consulta que sea un poco más como específica. Les damos las herramientas para que sepan dónde pueden pedirla o incluso, bueno, cómo pueden hacerlos ellos mismos, pero siempre partiendo de la base en que no necesariamente necesitan saber este lenguaje de programación para utilizar Wikidata. ¿Qué es la otra estrategia que utilizamos? Formatos que sean de 1 hora. ¿Por qué? Porque en verdad es mucha información que hay que digerir y es necesario que sea cortito, preciso, porque así la gente no pierde la concentración. Y además de eso, hacer ejercicios propuestos que puedan servir como para el contexto de cualquier persona. ¿Qué tipo de ejercicios? Aquellos que den curiosidad, como por ejemplo, bueno, encuentra un elemento que no esté en Wikidata. Eso yo lo hago con estudiantes también, los junto en una sala de Zoom, los junto a 5 personas, por ejemplo, y les doy algunos minutos para que encuentren algo que no esté en Wikidata. Y muchas veces se demoran, pero cuando encuentran eso que no está en Wikidata, quieren agregarlo. Entonces, eso llega y obviamente les da la curiosidad y les da como el salto para poder agregar el mismo elemento a Wikidata, porque dicen, no está, ¿cómo es que no está? Bueno, agreguémoslo. Y la más importante de todas, ejemplos. Mostrar muchos ejemplos de lo que sea. O sea, si uno va a consultar datos, bueno, utilizar los ejemplos que aparecen en la consulta, al consultarlos, al hacer o al utilizar el Query Service de Wikidata. Este tiene muchos ejemplos y podemos ir buscando, o sea, de todo, no es necesario que sea algo demasiado rebuscado, sino que puede ser el primero, que es meramente, bueno, ¿cuáles son los gatos que están en Wikidata? y que se sorprenderían que la gente en verdad les gusta ver, aunque sea esas cosas sencillas, les encanta saber cómo puedo utilizarlo, cómo puedo aplicarlo. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hicimos? Empezamos con una transición que sea de introducción, después de cómo se estructuran los datos en Wikidata, y aquí el hecho de partir primero de cómo se estructuran los datos y después ir a consultar los datos, hizo que mucha gente entendiera mucho mejor cómo es que uno llegaba de un lado a otro. ¿Por qué? Porque para poder consultar los datos es mucho mejor o les hace más sentido saber cómo están estructurados para poder saber qué es lo que voy a buscar. ¿Ya? Entonces, eso es algo clave que nosotros encontramos en esta parte de la metodología, porque así las personas pueden entender el detrás de escena, entender la estructura de Wikidata, y luego, cuando ya saben esto, pueden buscar los datos. Y este año, lo que vamos a hacer en el curso de Wikidata es que no nos vamos a centrar, porque esta línea, la primera línea, ¿ya? Esta línea es lo que seguimos el 2021. Y el 2022, lo que hicimos, o lo que vamos a hacer, porque el curso es para finales de agosto, lo que vamos a hacer es que después de la consulta, que no vamos a ver Sparkle en sí, vamos a hacer un taller optativo solamente de Sparkle, para que la gente que quiera pueda aprender. Y luego un taller de Open Refine. Y lo importante siempre es que cada sesión cuente con ejercicios propuestos, porque así la gente puede aprender, o sea, puede aplicar lo aprendido. Entonces, todas estas cosas, toda esta metodología que yo le estoy como explicando y las estrategias, ustedes también van a poder utilizarlas. ¿Por qué? Porque esto acá yo saqué pantallazos de algunas de las cosas que estuvimos, o sea, de algunas de las diapositivas que nosotros eh, publicamos o utilizamos en el curso, y vienen muy de cerca la recomendación, pero están súper buenas. No, pero por ejemplo pueden utilizar, pueden ver que en cada sesión hacíamos un resumen final como, bueno, entonces, ¿para qué me sirve Wikidata? O incluso en la parte de declaraciones, ¿cómo lo ve la máquina? ¿Cómo lo ve el humano? ¿Cierto? La lógica detrás de las consultas, o sea, explicarlos con unas cajitas, con círculos para ver, bueno, cómo se va filtrando la información y después, bueno, qué significa que hayan brechas, o sea, todo esto para poder recapitular lo que hemos estado revisando en cada sesión. Y luego ustedes dirán, ya, pero ¿cómo saben que esto sirvió o no sirvió? Bueno, acá les dejo algunos comentarios que nos dejaron al final de las sesiones, al final del curso, y es que una de las cosas que en verdad sirven mucho son los ejemplos, que yo ya les decía, algo muy importante, en base a ejemplos, la dinámica de enseñanza. En base a ejemplos fue muy útil para conseguir una mejor comprensión de contenidos. Entonces, con eso yo sé que cada vez que muestre un ejemplo, no va a ser un ejemplo en vano, sino que la gente va a poder saber qué es lo que va a poder llevarlo a su propia área. Todo esto también lo van a poder descargar, y con esto quiero ya ir terminando esta Lightning Talk, de que todas estas cosas ustedes van a poder descargarlas. Acá está el link para poder descargar las presentaciones y el documento que detalla la metodología, pero también dejarlos invitados e invitadas a que cualquier duda, consulta o ayuda para implementar el curso me pueden escribir a carla.toro@wikimediachile.cl para, obviamente, como yo les digo, Carla, compartir. Podemos estar conversando si necesitan incluso a alguien que haga el curso o incluso que les ayude a adaptar el curso a sus comunidades. Con esto nosotros queremos que efectivamente el sur global comience a estar más representado. Así que eso sería todo por mi parte, y espero sus correos si es que quieren implementar el curso o si tienen alguna duda. Así que eso, muchísimas gracias. Chao, chao.
Hello, and welcome to this session on inclusive product development. I'm Margie Novotny, Vice President of Product Design at the Foundation. Last year at Wikimania, we presented a new product development framework designed to be more inclusive and to result in more equitable outcomes for our users. While our current product development process is already user-centered, there is more we can and must do to improve how we build products that can reach and serve more diverse audiences. As you may recall, the Inclusive Product Development Working Group, who is developing this framework, is composed of people from the product and technology departments at the Foundation, and they represent the full spectrum of functions that are required in software development. Over the past year, the working group has begun to put its new software development playbook into practice. Seven of our feature teams volunteered to beta test this playbook and incorporate it into their typical processes, with the goal of providing feedback on what works, what doesn't, and why. The working group has used this feedback to revise and improve the playbook. In our next step, we will be rolling it out to all product teams and to beta test it with technology teams. If you're interested in learning more about product development at the Foundation, we will be sharing a link to a more detailed overview in our session information on the Wikimania site. So for now, I will turn it over to Jasmine Tanner, a leader of the working group and product manager for the Android team. Jasmine will be speaking to a panel of product managers, designers, product analysts, and engineers, all of whom participated in the beta test. They will be sharing with you some of their experiences in trying to use the playbook in their day-to-day practices. Take it away, Jasmine.
Since we last presented at Wikimania, we've taken the first version of the Inclusive Product Development Playbook and had 7 teams test it out for at least one phase in their product development lifecycle. Testing took the form of teams implementing each step or attempting to implement each step in the playbook where they could, and sharing their feedback on if the step was helpful or not clear or challenging. Each month, teams testing the playbook met and shared at least one thing that was helpful and one thing that was challenging. The challenges that we, the working group, could help more immediately with, we did, and the challenges that were a longer-term fix were noted for version 2 of the playbook, which will be released next week. We have 6 members from 7 teams here to give you a brief idea of what they experienced during the testing process. And the first person we'll hear from is Peter.
Is that the handoff? Okay. Hey everyone. My name is Peter Pelberg. I work as the product manager for the editing team. You most likely would have encountered our work most recently through what we've been doing to evolve talk pages to make them easier for people across experience levels to communicate with one another on Wiki. And so, yeah, I'd say that one of the most impactful things that the playbook has had on the editing team is bringing an extra level of rigor and specificity about who we are specifically centering in the work that we're doing. So we have a practice and history of thinking about target audiences based on things like edit counts and projects they participate in. And I think that the playbook has equipped us with both languages and tools to introduce other factors like geography, devices that people are using, the type of their connection, their race, their gender. It's not only equipped us with language to talk about and incorporate these different elements into our product development practices, but also giving us the tools to actually bring those people in. And so a very tangible way that this has showed up in our work is in developing a series of design concepts for the design changes that we're making to talk pages. Something that we did that was different in the past is translated all of the designs that we were making into 7 different languages, excuse me, running central notice campaigns across a variety of wikis to make sure that the people were showing up and reviewing the designs were from a widely representative, group. So I think that was a really tremendous impact that the playbook has had. And then in terms of challenges, I think it's kind of the flip side of what I just shared, is that process required a lot of kind of like manual work to start. And that makes total sense, considering it was really the first time we were doing this kind of work at that scale. And so I think in version 2, we're going to see a lot of these kind of common things that different teams needed to do on their own, probably like codified or centralized in a way that makes us, like really gives us as teams a new capacity to involve a whole new range of people inside of our product development practices, not just folks speaking languages that we're most comfortable in. Thanks.
You know, Peter, a lot of what you shared about editing as their product manager was helpful to hear about segmentation of different languages. So maybe Shay, can you drill down on that point a little bit more?
Thanks, Jazz. I'm the data scientist for the Android and iOS mobile app teams, and the Android team has been working using the playbook, and so I get direct insight all the time about working with the playbook and working without it. The Android team relies on data from users to determine success for new features and help decide where we will focus our design and engineering efforts in the future. The apps generate 2% of all page views on Wikipedia, so the data is perfectly sized for us, but tiny in comparison to the rest of Wikipedia. It's been a great test bed, I think, for following the playbook. The biggest advantage of using the playbook has given us the impetus to look deeper, and it gives us many more dimensions of data from our users. We've found that in comparison, analyzing all user data together for specific user activity was limiting our insight and leading us to miss important nuances that affected app usability. So we started segmenting users by region and language, and one of the challenges was determining how we were going to break out those segments. And Jasmine led a lot of that research based on user feedback, research from papers written about wiki communities, the potential size of our audience, and where our users are with criteria needs we may be overlooking. And from there, we determined our first set of user segments. And I can share a slide from our presentation on building with not for case study. The primary challenge for working with this data has been maintaining foundation standards for privacy and data protection. All the data is anonymized, but it means that we have to just be very careful in tracking users, especially from smaller regional groups. Additionally, we only store 90 days of data, so we have to be very thorough about collecting our baseline data while preserving foundation data privacy. We have to plan our OKRs at the start of each project explicitly, because we learned going along that if we didn't map that out exactly, we would end up at the end of the development cycle without all the data that we needed to compare from start to finish. But we've learned a lot, and I think it's been really helpful in our planning and development of what we're going to analyze. The other challenge is just applies to any segmented data analysis. It's maintaining data cleanliness and clear delineation across multiple data sets. One of the other advantages is segmentation has revealed bugs and data anomalies that we would never have seen if we weren't breaking the data out into smaller groups. I included some examples of inclusive data utilization that we use. We have been analyzing a bunch of different feature developments across 6 user groups. And one of the tests we conducted was an ABC test for a notification bell. And it was very edifying because we saw different results across these groups. When we first started, we weren't sure if we were going to see any differences in these groups, but we definitely did, and it helped drive our development further into what we were going to use that most users would adopt most readily and easily. And I am a quantitative analyst, but we've also been conducting qualitative data analysis using a quite thorough user survey, and that has been interesting as well. We are currently collating all the results from that survey. but we are getting a lot of extra insight that we just never would have gotten if we didn't break out this data into these smaller user groups.
Thanks, Shay. That's really helpful. And I know that the community tech team, which Natalia is the product manager for, they have been doing the work without a data analyst. So it'd be really, or a data scientist rather. And so it'd be really interesting to hear their application of the playbook while not having the luxury that the Android team has of having someone great like Shay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natalia Rodriguez, and I'm a product manager with the community tech team. And indeed, we did have challenges. I'll start with those first, and then I'll talk about the benefits that the playbook afforded our team. So the challenge we had, as Jasmine said, is that we had no data analysts in our team. And for those of you who eventually get to read the playbook and you go through the steps, you'll see that a lot of the steps that are part of the best practices for inclusive product development require you to use data to check your assumptions and check your biases against. So we were faced with this playbook that had a set of best practices, but we didn't have an analyst. And I think a benefit that the playbook afforded us and that all the efforts of having better and inclusive practices afforded us was we were able to take our time. So it created space for us to move timelines around and to use our engineers and to use our product managers to step up to the role of analyzing the data. And I'm part of the community tech team, and we're the wishlist team. So for those of you who may not be familiar, it's a wishlist that we run every year where engaged contributors to the platforms can come and propose ideas. And we saw through analyzing the data that for the past 6 years, there's been an underrepresentation of engaged contributors that come from Spanish-speaking communities and from Chinese-speaking, Mandarin-speaking communities. So the time that it afforded us gave us the space to then go through the data, comb through all the surveys in the past, and then switch our strategy based on that so we can include those users.
Just to connect and switch it over just a little bit, let's go over next to Gergo, who also works on a team that hears a lot of feedback from the community, specifically thinking about newcomers, but can give us the perspective from an engineer point of view.
Hi, I'm Gergo. I'm a software engineer on the growth team. Our team works on helping the editor communities grow. We focus on the first few weeks of people's experience when they sign up to be a Wikipedia editor. And we try to give them a good user experience and try to help them find their footing and get familiar with the policies of the site, which means that we need both a lot of feedback from the new users' point of view because they aren't familiar at all with Wikipedia yet, and we also need a lot of feedback from experienced users because we help the new users make edits, and we need to make sure that these edits do not cause a burden on the established community. And the playbook has been very helpful for us as a generic guide. Currently, it contains, I think, something like 50 items, which is way more than we could keep in our head. So it helps to make sure that you do not forget anything, and it helps to make sure that you can be disciplined. Like, for example, we did think about accessibility before we had the playbook, but we usually started thinking about it in the development phase, which is often too late. And now, with the help of the playbook, we can make sure that it's integrated from the start. And we consider accessibility during planning and during the design phase. And it also helps to focus efforts because everyone is doing the same thing. So, for example, the playbook is recommending a pre-mortem. A pre-mortem is a way of thinking in a structured way at the start of how things could go wrong. And there are a number of practical questions of how you structure such a discussion. And because every team is doing a pre-mortem now, it's a lot easier for each separate team to figure this out. in terms of challenges, the playbook has a lot of different items, so they are necessarily very short in how they are defined. It wasn't always easy to figure out when we should consider something done, whether we have done enough to check it out. And a more specific challenge was around multilinguality. So the playbook recommends multilingual usability testing, which is something we found very helpful, because sometimes we get different feedback from different language communities. But it also brought up a lot of practical challenges, because that means you need to write MOOCs in multiple languages, you need to maintain those in parallel, you need to translate the usability testing documentation to other languages, you need to find speakers for every language who can conduct the test and the interviews, you need to translate everything back. So it's pretty involved, and in practice what we did is we relied on multilingual speakers in the design team, which is not a really scalable approach, so that's something we still need to figure out.
Thanks, Gergo. That's really helpful. And to dig even more into the technical point of view, we did have one team that was a back-end team that originally had a product manager and was able to connect the team's work to some front-end, like user thinking, and then through some shifts that changed. And so Desiree has stepped in on that team and to help the platform engineering team know how to do the application of the playbook, and we'll talk more about that experience.
Great. Thank you so much, Jasmine. So my name is Desiree Bod. I'm the Director of Platform Product Management here at the Wikimedia Foundation. And I work with a lot of different teams across technology and product in what I call our foundational technologies. Backend is another way of putting it. But essentially, these technologies are what power our sites, Wikipedia, keeping it up and running, Commons, et cetera. And so without a lot of the work that teams like the platform engineering team, the sites won't run. And so often, historically, we never really thought of these technologies as products. And so that's been a real challenge, trying to then say, well, okay, let's plug in some product management to this, which we started for the first time. And now let's adopt this concept of this playbook about how to build these products in a diverse, equitable, and inclusive way when we're just starting to think of them as products. And so we had a few key challenges as a team kind of rolled through this. The first was, making sure we had the right roles and functions and building the connections into the community, and thinking of our work as products. So many engineers, for example, struggled to think about, how would something like an API, which we're building for many different internal teams and the movement and the community and tools, be thought of as a product. And so we're trying to go through the playbook, and we're not a feature team. So oftentimes the typical things that you would think of for features, usability testing, et cetera, we had to translate them a little bit in order to make them relevant and digestible to the team. And so some of that included shifting the way we were thinking about the products. And so this was a real benefit in the team, where we started to say, what are the dominant languages that people are using? How do we make APIs language agnostic? How do we think about service and performance for different users across the world? And how do you guarantee that? How do you build so that everyone has equitable access? And so it was a really different way of thinking that we had to start looking through the work. Instead of just saying we built an API and it's done and it meets a specific use case, we actually had to balloon out our thinking quite a bit to think about, how do we make this that we can use for many different use cases, and that the movement consume more readily and more easily, instead of just for a specific product or feature that we're trying to develop. And so it's a muscle that we've been building, and we've had ups and downs through the process. Some of it, a lot of it has been this translation. And I think we're going to keep going through this translation journey of what is equity? How do we think about applying the playbook and the scope of our technical and technology products?
Thanks, Desiree. That's really helpful, and definitely something we'll continue to work on. And I'm excited for us to all continue to partner to move that forward. And so the last person that we'll hear from here is Alex, who will share the perspective from a design standpoint and who has been working on a really big project and also applying the playbook at the same time, which I think is a really big feat. So Alex, can you share what that has been like?
Yes. Hello, everyone, and thank you, Jasmine. I'm Alex, the designer on the web team, and as Jasmine mentioned, for the past 2 or so years, we've been working on Vector 2022, which some of you are probably familiar with. So yeah, I'm excited about the playbook. I'm proud to say that prior to the playbook, our team was already somewhat focused on testing in multiple languages, testing with people in multiple parts of the world, and also focused on accessibility to a certain extent. However, these focuses weren't particularly formalized in terms of process. They were sort of things that were important to individual members of the team, not necessarily something we would formally plan around or have kind of a systematized approach to. So I think those are 2 clear areas that stand out to me that the playbook has helped us with. Prior to using the playbook, we were testing things in maybe like 3 languages on average. And our most recent feature, we tested in 6 or 7 different languages. And part of what has enabled us to do that, again, is the playbook and then planning ahead of time, which has allowed us to build sort of tools specifically in terms of how we build prototypes and make those prototypes available in multiple languages to streamline some of that process. As Gergo was talking about, it can be overwhelming to prepare mock-ups in so many different languages. So we've actually switched to using prototypes that use the Wikimedia APIs and allow us to do that a little bit more easily. And then on the accessibility front, Bernard, who's an engineer on our team, has kind of taken the cues from the playbook and started to set up some automated accessibility tests. And I know he's also working to get a sort of consultant or expert reviewer to come in and work with us on accessibility stuff. Again, these things have been prompted by the playbook. So yeah, it's been exciting and interesting for sure. In terms of open questions and potential improvements for the future, one of the things that came up in our team review recently is actually that there are a lot of different accessibility standards available online. And even within accessibility standards, there are various degrees like AA, AAA, et cetera, that you can adhere to. So I think we wanted to clarify what the sort of exact guidelines are that we want to be following. And then the second thing we talked about is potentially having better integration with the knowledge gaps, which is coming from the research team, specifically the technical fluency knowledge gap. We have found in our user testing that there's quite a range of technical fluency, and that sort of variation leads to different needs that people have. And so we're wondering how to better build that as a dimension into the playbook and have it be something that we explicitly call out when we are developing and testing features. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. That's really helpful. Now that you have heard from us, we would like to hear from you. Please share with us in the Etherpad, which has also some helpful links based on some of the things that the panelists have shared here, what barriers you have had to overcome when engaging with our projects, and what tools would have been helpful to you to overcome those barriers. We're hoping to take those use cases and apply it to the playbook before sharing version 2 of the playbook next week for all of the teams in product and technology to test against. Thanks again for joining the panel, and thank you to all of our panelists.